Ingat, Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Garnier Men Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Men Acno 5
Dari Garnier Men.
us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu? Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
スの力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab kayak Redki aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli
Beli beli beli beli.
beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua. We all this.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is, the Royal Derby in the Grand Finals. On the caster desk here, Mirko, Eterna, and Rashi. We're going to be accompanying you through the day here for the Royal Derby, for the Grand Finals. How are you feeling, man?
I don't even understand how to describe the sensational feeling of what's going on right now, because it's never been as full as this. We are here at G-Expo, housing 2,000, 3,000 people, and everything is just so fully packed. And I'm just so excited because I'm at a loss for words at this point.
It's crazy, Rashi. 2,000 people, 2,000 in this building, fully packed. And that's just here in the venue. Outside, there are people watching as well together for free.
Can you blame them though? This is an insane match. And both these teams have great support, and they're so good at the game right now in the current meta as well. So I'm personally very excited. Of course, Aoki Hoshi is playing, so it's a bit personal. I think Goni is somewhere in the venue as well, enjoying the show. So there's a bit of everything for everyone involved right here. And honestly, just can't wait to get into it, man. A best of 7, and of course, I think it's a match fitting for the grand finals, and of course, a chance for Aoki Hoshi to be back-to-back champions of MPL ID.
Are RQ going to be able to do it back-to-back
Or again, are Onyx Esports going to be able to take that top position once again, just like in season number 8? We'll see. Eterna, how are you feeling, man? Again, right? You're feeling good. I'm feeling good. You too. But I just can't help but I feel the hype, ladies and gentlemen, here. And it's fully packed. It's a full house. We're about to see an opening sequence as well. After the host sends us over, there's going to be a special performance here for MPL Indonesia Season 10, a milestone for all of us in the MPL.
You're right. And it's amazing, right? Because we always know how hyped the grand finals are, but it's never been this hype.
Never.
Until this point, right? Because you can even feed off the energy that the viewers are giving as well, the audience, and how crazy and the chants that are happening on the arena as well. So everything is just so intense right now. It is different in a way because sure, we've seen these two teams battle it out for 3 seasons in a row, Onyx and RRQ, but a lot of things have changed as well in a sense, right? In terms of their roster, in terms of the coaches. And I'm just so excited to go in and check out that performance.
Let's see, man. We are getting ready for it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the opening for the grand final match.
Apa itu perayaan? Kemenangan, kebersamaan, bahkan kekalahan. Semua momen patut untuk dirayakan. Momen kebahagiaan terasa indah ketika kita sedang dalam kemenangan. Tapi ketika kekalahan itu tiba, semua menyatu dan mengalir dalam satu pikiran. Suara kalian memberi kami harapan. Walaupun harapan tidak datang setiap saat, namun harapan tiba dalam momen yang tepat. Bangkit untuk mengejar satu gelar. Gelar juara yang bisa kita rayakan bersama. Bersama kita rayakan dan sambut. Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 10. We own this.
Perjalanan dari season pertama hingga season 10 ini tentunya banyak melahirkan cerita. Namun ini jauh dari kata usai. Karena perjuangan untuk jadi yang terbaik baru kita mulai. Tangis, tawa telah menjadi cerita. Di sini kita melahirkan memori bersama-sama. Tidak ada lagi jarak antara kami atau mereka. Di MPL ID Season 10, yang ada adalah kita yang berbeda-beda, tapi satu cita, untuk melihat Indonesia kembali menjadi juara. Di arena, kita boleh saling lawan, namun di luar, kita semua adalah kawan. Mari bergandeng tangan, rapatkan barisan, bersama-sama kita rayakan kemenangan. We are this. Inilah tim yang akan bertanding di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 10. EXP Maynard, Go Laner, Mid Laner, Jungler, Roam.
Game still going guys, ya kalian aja.
It's best of 5 guys, away. Relax.
Relax ya, chill aja ya. Tarik nafas. 2,
Viva! Ayo! Jangan sampai lengah. Ingat, lo kasih give all your best.
Thank you karena kalian sudah berjuang sedemikian rupa sampai akhirnya sekarang udah ada di Grand Final. Ya, I hope kalian tetap melakukan yang terbaik, saling bantulah support satu sama lain gitu.
Sebenarnya kalau dibilang konsisten, sebenarnya kita cuma menjalani setiap match tuh ya memberikan yang terbaik aja sih.
Enjoy the game aja, nggak usah terlalu ambil pusing. Kalau misalnya emang kita layak buat menang, layak buat juara, ntar juaranya bakal ngikutin kita kok. Bukan kita yang ngejar-ngejar juaranya.
Buat RRQ Kingdom ya mereka selalu support kita juga walaupun kita kalah, menang juga mereka selalu bantu kita lah.
Buat teman-teman Sonic ataupun pendukung-pendukung Onyx, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung kita sampai saat ini. Kita pasti selalu memberikan yang terbaik di setiap match kami.
Dua raja kembali berseteru. Back-to-back final Royal Derby siap dimainkan. Siapa kali ini yang akan menjadi Raja Galaksi? Ini dia Grand Final MPL Season 10. We own this.
The two teams who've dominated Indonesia for 3 seasons in a row collide once more in the Royal Derby, once again in the Grand Finals of MPL ID Season 10. Once again, on the English caster desk, it's Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi to accompany you through the best of 7 that we will see today.
Our first best of 7 in the series, and of course it is going to be for our grand finals that really show the domination of the dynasty as two kings are going head-to-head with one another, and everything is truly awesome.
You're gonna need that awesome experience on the Samsung phone. And Arashi, I played on the Samsung phone earlier actually for a caster tournament. But you know the specs. How was it so smooth for me? How did I win with the Samsung phone?
8 gigabytes of RAM, that's basically pure muscle for the phone. 256 gigabytes of storage to ensure that you have no issue getting all that data in it. You got a Super AMOLED screen with 120 refresh rate, so you can see all the details in Full HD, in high quality, and very smooth frame rate, as you were mentioning. And it's 5G ready, and if you get it right now, you get a cashback for up to 1.3 Indonesian rupiahs.
Wow.
Value.
What?
That's a lot of money.
And I think you get something else.
What?
I think you get awesome gifts worth up to 689,000 Indonesian rupiah. So it just doesn't stop.
Well, you guys can find all that information at the website www.samsung.com/ID because awesome is for everyone. Here though, the match is also for everyone. Once again, fully packed house. You could probably hear it already while we were doing the Samsung ad-lib. The atmosphere here is absolutely insane, and we're getting another cheer once again from them. Arashi, Eterna, 2,000 people just in this venue alone. Outside, there's a watch-along for free, and we could probably hear them too later in the match. When something big happens, you guys should expect a big reaction.
You're gonna feel it through the building, man, for sure. Every time these two teams collide, the fan base on the venue at home, you can really feel like it's just bigger than just these two teams, right? So many more people are impacted by the result. And speaking of results, let's take a look at the team head-to-head by head and shoulders between RRQ Hoshi and Onyx Esports. Off the bat, Onyx Esports with more kills, more assists. But look at the previous match history though. Onyx only winning once against RRQ. The past 5 times they've been able to go up against each other. RRQ has shown to be the more dynamic team, but for now, especially in the current season, Onyx Esports with the higher objective and first lord rate, in the initial one, right? They're going to be a lot more calculative, and if RRQ Hoshi can't get a lead, it's going to be very difficult for them to find a moment, an opportunity to try and come back, because Onyx has shown that they are a very intelligent team that's very strategic and tactical with how they execute inside the Land of Dawn.
That's what I want to highlight, Arashi. I completely agree with you. I think one of the main things that we need to look out for from Onyx Esports is the fact that they're able to create strategies that are truly out of the box. And whether or not RRQ Hoshi, if they're going to be able to read this up, right? Because sure, Onyx Esports for the past few seasons seem to see RRQ Hoshi as a particular kryptonite. And we're going to see if that changes today.
It's crazy, Arashi. RRQ Hoshi were super shaky in the regular season. Onyx Esports, on the other hand, was the solid favorite coming into the playoffs. Everyone expected them to go all the way to the grand finals without losing a match, but here it is. RRQ, they made it first, and here are the keys to victory by Axe.
Anticipate Onyx Cheese combo, beware with Sands and Keyboy's fast rotation, Skylar getting the farm easily, and RRQ Hoshi getting Onyx control objectives. How they play it out, how they can anticipate and strategize and draft against the cheese combos that Onyx has been able to secure will decide how well they can perform in the lane, in the early game, and if they can get success there, the objective game will be smooth sailing. But on the other side, for Onyx Esports, here's a keys to victory by X. Optimize Keyboy's playmaking potential. Beware of Vin's pickoff initiation, shut down Skylar's movement and farming patterns, and respect RRQ's high ground gameplay. When it's a front to back, when it's a 5v5 control team fight, RRQ Hoshi find a way to get an advantage, and Onyx, how they get an advantage is by being unexpected, by trying out different things that eventually will work and catch RRQ off guard. If they can come up with the right strategy at the right time, RRQ Hoshi is in for a lot of trouble.
In addition to the last time that both of these teams met up and RRQ Hoshi were able to secure that victory 3-1 against Onyx, I do believe in the game, RRQ Hoshi had better decision making, right? When it came down to it, when it came down to the last wire they were able to make those proper decisions, stay disciplined in the game, and be patient against Onyx Esports. So hopefully that is going to be a factor that Onyx Esports can repair in terms of that gameplay. And another thing that I noticed is the draft. This is going to be really tough because if we compare micro-wise, both of them definitely up there, top-tier teams. That's how they were able to secure this grand final position. So in terms of draft, it's going to be very important for the coaches. But on your screen here, we take a look at the audience prediction by TikTok, and this is a landslide for the grand finals, 86% for RRQ Hoshi.
Once again, you know, the RRQ kingdom never fails with that support. 86% for RRQ Hoshi, only 14% for Onyx Esports. Rashi, what are your thoughts on this? Again, you're an RRQ fan. Coming into this matchup, this has to feel good, man. Securing grand finals first, getting all the support from the kingdom as well.
Right, I'm a big RRQ fan, that's no secret. But right now, I'm worried, man. When you talk about all this prediction, we talk about Season 10 being unpredictable, and when the teams, when they have everything going up for them, usually that is where we get a huge upset. So I am very worried right now, but of course in the grand finals, it goes beyond that, right? Anything can happen, and we just don't know. So hopefully, and most likely, we're gonna get a full 7 games. But before we talk about that, we have Vin, the assist grinder, #1 highest assists in MPL ID Season 10 with 329 kills. This man is active.
Very active. I think just calling him active is definitely an understatement here. The man has improved so much just off the course of the playoffs, right? In the regular season, he was quite shaky, but in the playoffs, it feels like a different Vin. He showed up here on stage in the MPL Indonesia Season 10 playoffs. And just like that, remember, RRQ, the reason they were able to take on Esports down in the upper brackets last time was in the draft. And RRQ still sticking to that win condition, staying in the first pick on the blue side. On Esports on the red. Welcome to the drafts for game #1 in the Royal Derby.
And I'm quite surprised, right? Because when we're talking about Vin, we usually see him play like we saw last season, and even in MSC, him bring up the Franco. So hopefully we get to see that. I'd really like to see his Franco again, but if we take a look on the screen here, Akai has also been banned away from the side of Onyx Esports.
Recently, this Akai has been a lot more flexible. Different teams have been able to use it in very unexpected locations, unexpected roles. So that won't be an issue any longer. But for RRQ Hoshi and Onyx, it seems like it's a good mix of priority heroes as well as respect ban. As we talk about respect, Fanny gets banned away. Kyrie will no longer be able to show his cable prowess in game #1.
Which is interesting, right? Yeah. Because the Fanny has only won once in the entire playoffs. That was on the hands of Kyrie. Albert tried to play that Fanny, was not able to get that victory. But we'll see, once again, that Yves is going to be prioritized by Onyx Esports for the bans. RRQ with the first pick here, ladies and gentlemen. What are they going to go for? Paquito still up for grabs. Oh. They pick up the 1-1, the signature for Skylar in Season 10. #2 in the global rankings for Jakarta.
But as a response, Paquito and Valentina secured from Onyx Esports a lot more flexibility and power in the lane. RRQ Hoshi, will they try and go for strong laners themselves? Because if they bank on that 1-1, that's a dangerous lane that can be affected by the other laners if roaming happens. And we know that Onyx, they roam real quick, and RRQ Hoshi will have to adjust against that.
Ooh, this is starting to get really scary, right? Because 1-1 being opened up for Skylar, that's going to be one of the main lanes that Onyx Esports need to shut down at this stage. But Onyx still do have the possibility of picking up someone like the Diggy. Let's see how RRQ Hoshi will respond to this. Do you think that they'll take this away? Take the Diggy here in the first phase, perhaps? But
Esmeralda.
No, Esmeralda and Cho. So that's going to be the route. 2 very strong picks for RRQ Hoshi as well.
The thing is, though, Onyx Esports have a chance to actually flex this Paquito and pick something else. I was expecting the Paquito to go to the jungle, as they can pick up a Dairoth to counter the Esmeralda. But no, Onyx Esports, Kyrie feeling confident, picks up that Ling, Samsung Ling, ladies and gentlemen, in game 1 of the series for Kyrie. Onyx instantly, they picked up the Ling, they banned the Hilda. It's a must at this point.
Yeah, we've seen how crazy the Hilda can be. We've seen it come to huge success being able to inhibit the rotations and even the farming pattern coming in from any particular assassin, and the Ling is going to be one of them. So they do and have a really good emphasis on allowing Kyrie to farm, and that's going to be one of the ways to victory in their upcoming match here. But RRQ Hoshi now, they have responded with the Matilda, respecting that away from Onyx Esports. They don't want a type of hero that can be able to give really good engage and disengage with the guiding wind and cause issues with a really good point-and-click AoE stun.
For Onyx Esports now, it gets a little bit tricky for them in the bans. If they go for the ban towards another roamer, which they do, this Cho can be flexed into that roam position. But if they go for the jungler, again, right? That Cho can also be the jungler. But RRQ now, here, the fact that they already picked up the Matilda, they banned the Matilda out, they've already picked up a 1-1. They need to secure or to ban out a hero that can counter the 1-1. Irithel becomes the first in mind to come up for me, for RRQ, if they really want to help this 1-1 scale. But remember, the Diggy is still up for grabs as well. They go for another counter. It's the Phobius that gets banned in the end. RRQ now is the scary situation for them. Onyx have a chance to pick up the Diggy, have a chance to pick up the Irithel. 2 counters, even.
And it's interesting why RRQ Hoshi has actually opted for the Phobius ban, realizing they already picked up the Esmeralda.
Right, they pick up the Esmeralda here. That's an interesting situation for sure, but RRQ, I think they just want to put all their hopes on this 1-1, and of course Skylar can deliver, but as Mirko was mentioning, an Irithel picked up already, and in addition to that, a Ling and a Paquito as well as a Valentina. All very serious threats to a marksman that can instantly be one-shot. So for RRQ, they require some kind of tankiness, they require a lot of crowd control, especially because Onyx, they understand that. They ban out the Hilda, they ban out the Jawhead as well, so RRQ, they're gonna be struggling to find a hero that can really pose a big threat with dynamic possibilities. Because if they go for something like a Franco, yes, they can go for big pickups, but can they secure? Will they be able to actually hunt for that Irithel in the back line?
The Cho should be flexing to the jungle here. They pick up a Farsa, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reason I was about to say they can flex the Cho into the jungle. That's already a solid counter to the lane, but they need someone to catch that back line to find the Irithel. Now, both of these picks, the Farsa and the signature Franco, can do that. Farsa poking the Irithel down, and obviously those iron hooks from Vin. The Franco that's been hidden throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs. This is their hidden weapon, and they picked it up here. Onyx Esports, however, have a chance to pick up a Diggy here against so much CC. Lockdown from RRQ, even up against the 1-1, it becomes such a viable option for Onyx Esports. But is Keyboy comfortable on a hero like that? No, he isn't. He goes for the Lolita instead here. Another form of that counter with the shield towards 1-1.
Yeah, but even then, RRQ Hoshi, they have a really strong draft, right? Because we've seen how crazy the Cho jungle pick can be against an assassin jungle, of course, for the opposing end. And in the stage, every time they go for neutral objectives, it might be Cho winning this out. And in terms of wave clear, RRQ Hoshi are going to have it in that mid lane because of how fast and how crazy the range from Farsa can be, plus the mobility with the wings by wings. They are going to be able to rotate a lot faster in comparison to Onyx. But on the flip side, Onyx has someone like the Valentina who can utilize these big engages from the Cho with the Wave Dragon, the Farsa with her ultimate, the Feather Airstrike, and even Franco with the Suppress. So it all comes back down to how Clay is also able to utilize this Valentina pick to its utmost potential.
Speaking of combinations in the mid lane, RRQ, that's a lot of dominance, man. Quick roams, crowd control, and burst damage. You gotta really start worrying about Kyrie on that lane. Without a strong jungler, an assassin against a tank, as well with a backup from the Farsa and the Franco, it's gonna be dangerous for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into game number 1 in the Land of Dawn. The Royal Derby, RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx Esports.
We're going to see how these two kings collide with one another here in game number 1 with a set of differences in their composition here. RRQ Hoshi, they're going to have to go for pickoffs on the board here in the early phase. They do have the Franco, they do have the Farsa to be able to maneuver around the map rather early. And the Cho, of course, is going to be able to jungle early on in this game. But of course, he has to wait for that level 4, so a little behind in terms of that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are entering a technical pause here. And of course, fair play is our utmost priority. We want to make sure both the audience, both the players, everyone in attendance as well gets the best out of this best of 7 as we are in the grand finals.
Right now, Kyrie, he has the killing spree and he's able to actually clear the jungle a lot faster than Albert. So maybe he'll be able to out-clear and out-rotate, out-maneuver RRQ, because if he gets stuck, especially as Eternal mentioned, after level 4, that's a lot of crowd control, and you can bet that Vin is going to be on the hunt to try and make sure that Kyrie won't be a relevant factor in the mid-game. Later on, you're going to watch out for RRQ Hoshi and how they're going to try and contest a purple buff, because we've talked again and again about how the purple buff is going to be so critical in ensuring the heroes like a Ling can actually be a relevant factor in those mid-game team fights.
Just in the early game, though, we already have something to analyze, right? You mentioned it, Ling. How is he able to clear faster than a Cho on the Demon Slayer, even though the Ling was on a killing spree? Now, this is what teams like to do now. They start in the bottom side of the map towards that gold lane to actually let the gold laner help leash the buff, right? And that's the reason you see Kyrie. How he's able to actually clear faster than the Cho is because he got help from both the roamer and as well as that Irithel. This is going to be a massive help, and this also kind of supports the idea that you want to start in the bottom side of the map, right? But Albert, he chose a different route because he values that orange buff for the first turtle take, and maybe perhaps they're going to path differently. They're already going to go for that mirror play early on. Albert towards that bottom side, so maybe for RRQ, their winning condition is to that gold lane. Meanwhile, for Onyx Esports, with a pathing towards top, Kyrie, he's looking to go for ganks onto the Esmeralda. It's kind of the opposite when we're talking about the strong lanes, because for RRQ, it should be Esmeralda who's the strong side. And for Onyx Esports, it should be that Irithel up against the 1-1. This matchup that we've mentioned, 1-1, if she doesn't get ganked, or if it's just a 2v2, it will always favor Irithel.
But RRQ Hoshi, they have Farsa, right? Who is supposed to be able to gank much faster than compared to a Lolita and a Valentina. So that's going to be something that they can utilize to their benefit in order to support that losing lane, which is the 1-1.
And speaking of that Farsa, it's in the hands of Clay, the runner-up for MPL ID Season 8, the first place winner, champion of MPL ID Season 9, and the MVP of the finals of MPL ID Season 9. So this man has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge under his belt, and he will for sure attempt to swing the side lanes in favor of RRQ. That quick gank and maybe even the facilitation of dives with the feathered airstrike. That is something that I think RRQ Hoshi will be trying to attempt a lot in this game, because otherwise, off the bat, the side lanes seem to be losing quite a bit, and if they allow the side laners of Onyx to snowball, to get stronger out of control, it's going to be very difficult for them to maintain the jungle pressure, and that will lead to Kyrie being able to actually snowball out of control.
Right now, you can see just now, earlier, with Skylar's father here in the MPL arena supporting Skylar. Here, you can also see that Albert also has his support system in the building. It's funny.
It's funny. It's funny, it's funny.
It's funny.
It's funny how it's funny.
But yeah, on the note of RRQ Hoshi players, we talked a little bit about the background of Clay and what he's been able to achieve for the past few seasons. And it's just insane how he's developed as an individual, right? So many huge shoes to fill. I mean, trying to replace someone like Lemon perhaps in that mid lane, and he's the one being brought in as the main 5. It's been huge. And even in terms of his abilities, where we saw him being really great at those high ground heroes like the Farsa, like the Yves, but I do believe he's really stepped up as a player. He's now able to pick someone up like the Valentina, utilize these several different tactics, use the IMU on different occasions that really work. And it really reflects how he's evolved as a player. He's no longer that safe pick, but also able to create moments for his team as well.
While we're on that point, for Clay, early on in the season, he had a very shaky start. Got a lot of hate when he replaced Lemon and lost a game, remember?
Yeah.
All that hate towards him has really given him the motivation actually to step up, to improve, to learn, and he's such a monster here. In the mid lane, he's always been that solid member, you've mentioned it, on those high ground heroes, but there's another addition to it here in Season 10. It really does feel like he's added another dimension to his playstyle. He's no longer just the carry that plays from behind. He can go in front, even on the far side. He can make those plays happen, those flashy plays, just like Lemon.
And that's what's being so scary about having a mid laner that dynamic. We saw a bit of a head-to-head between the two mid laners, and Clay is above everything except for damage, average damage compared to Sans. And we saw that even on the Valentina, he's able to use Fatal Links, right? He was able to steal the Fatal Links from the Atlas and follow up on big plays. So at every moment, Onyx, this is a man that they need to keep their eyes on, but now we're back into the game, and a Little Wanderer is already secured by Kyrie.
We're going to see what happens here. As you can see, Keyboy as well as CW here in the bottom side, pressuring what we already assumed to be that losing lane on Skylar. But the talents prediction by Axe shows a 2 versus 4 in RRQ's hands right now in terms of this draft.
They have a lot more dynamic possibilities. And speaking of the current season, the team that usually gets ahead, especially teams as disciplined and as strategic as RRQ Hoshi and Onyx Esports, it's hard to imagine them making a big blunder that allows the game to be turned on its heel. But right now, Onyx already going aggressive onto the bot side.
Oh, Skylar doesn't have that second ability. Kyrie jumps over the Tempest of Blades, able to pick up first blood, striking first in game 1. And just as I mentioned, Onyx Esports, they are going to be looking for that strong side play, right? Over in the bottom side, where Irtha has such a massive advantage up against the 1-1 in this 1v1, they're going to have to play for it. And RRQ doing the same, but towards that top side, where Esmeralda actually has more pressure compared to Boots on the Paquito. Albert going for the secure. Boots comes in with a knockout strike, but Albert still secures the turtle. A kill over to Onyx, an objective over to RRQ.
The mirror play is going to favor RRQ Hoshi just because the turtle spawned there in the top side. So with the pressure that they had in the top side, they were able to convert onto an objective. And of course, now we are going to be able to take a little look into the emblems in the second minute.
Of course, initially you can take a look at the emblems for the junglers. And Albert prioritizes the clearing a lot better because Kyrie, on an Assassin, he will need to make those flashy plays happen, especially with strong backlines like a Farsa, like a 1-1. If he doesn't dive towards the back line, it's going to be very difficult for Onyx Esports to try and pressure them enough. But now RRQ making a play for the bot side. Keyboy walks away knowing that something is a bit off. So Onyx Esports, once again, avoid danger unless Vin makes something crazy happens. And this is what you are able to do. You can force your opponents to play very passively when you are on that Franco.
Yeah, RRQ Hoshi, they know that Skylar needs a little bit of help there in the bottom side, seeing as he's already been taken down once. They are going to collide here in the middle lane, cause a little bit more pressure.
Oh, lead to blast! Albert able to dodge away with the Shunpu. Finn going to be caught here as he goes in for a bloody hunt. But the airstrike doesn't find its mark. Kyrie dashing all over the place, picking up a kill for Sans here. It's still Onyx Esports with the lead in terms of the kills. And again, this is what RRQ needs to be careful of. If they play in that towards that bottom side, it's Onyx who have the lead.
They have an advantage when it comes to crowd control and dynamic pickup potential. But overall, if there's an objective, is everyone's in place to fight around, Onyx Esports with the stronger gold laner, with more damage on their assassins, and of course with Keyboy having a lot more AoE CC presence compared to Vin on that Franco, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So Vin needs to look for situations, opportunities where his hero can be a lot more dynamic, a lot more useful than that Lolita.
1,000 gold lead for Onyx Esports here in the 4th minute, as both of these teams are going to be collapsing onto the next neutral objective in that turtle. Unfortunately, it misses, but here we go.
Oh, massive re-engage here as the Numenon Blast connects onto Vin. Onyx Esports played that so well, knowing that RRQ needs to wait for that hook. They dive in instantly for Vin, and now it's a 4v5. Onyx on to that turtle. Albert looking for that steal. Feather airstrike popped in by Clay. Right now onto Kyrie. Albert looking for that steal once again, jumping in, but Kyrie is the one who finds it. Tempest of Blades popped in as well. R7 still able to kite away. The Dragon bringing Keyboy back for Skylar to pick up the kill. Crossbow tang over the Boots, but the damage is not enough right now in the early stage. It's just a trade right now. A kill over for another kill for Onyx Esports and a turtle.
The Nunan Blast is just such a dynamic ultimate that Onyx Esports, in a 5v5 situation, when the setup is right, they are going to be able to create way more space for their members to go on. And that's completely different with RRQ Hoshi, right? Their only source of engage for the moment is either Vin or Albert, and both of these heroes have a point-and-click stun on one. So it's not an AoE CC, so it's not as dynamic as Onyx. So RRQ Hoshi, they need to think about this. Can they utilize their composition, look for more pickoffs on the board? Because otherwise, Onyx Esports, they're just going to snowball from all the engage that they have.
Right, the Onyx Esports is pushing RRQ away, and RRQ, they're struggling to find that grab. But you guys can actually grab it very easily with the app. Use that promo code and get up to 90% discount, because this game is going to be a long, drawn-out game for sure. None of these teams are inexperienced at slowing down the game and looking for a comeback.
It's a best of 7 too, so a very long game. Please go and wash your hair, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, with Head and Shoulders, because hey, no one wants to see that dandruff. No one wants to smell bad, right? And especially the players here who are going to be playing on stage. They definitely smell good with that Head and Shoulders. But RRQ right now, not looking as fresh as Onyx Esports. Sans with a bloody hunt here is able to lock Albert down, but Albert comes back in. The damage comes in, and look at the blast off for 3. Onyx Esports collapse into RRQ as the Temple of the Blades will be popped into the back line. Kyrie just dashing, being the distraction. Sans dealing the damage. Feather airstrike by Clay defensively, but he's going to be sandwiched in by Boots as he comes in. It's Kyrie with a triple kill, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. R7 forced to back up. It's Onyx Esports with a 3.6k gold lead. That snowball already for Onyx.
Wow, 2-for-0 trade, and now Onyx Esports instantly go on convert that on the turtle. And this is looking like a one-sided game here, as Albert is even struggling to get his own buff at this stage.
Wow, Sans as well with that Purify. He kicked Albert away from the orange buff, giving Boots a little bit more time to go for the steal. Albert still gets it in the end, but that Purify comes in clutch. Here, Arashi, with the 5,000 gold lead that Onyx Esports have built. Let's take a look at the items.
Windtalker and the Berserker's Fury on Kyrie, so a lot of damage. And if the fight gets drawn out, essentially DPS as well. And what's important to look at here is the fact that Boots already has that Bloodlust Axe as well. So when it comes to the sustain game, he won't be losing out to that Esmeralda. And arguably, in those fights, he is a lot more significant of a threat towards that backline of RRQ Hoshi, because in a funny way, both these teams, both their compositions actually do a lot better when they're the aggressors. When they're on the back foot, like right now, Vin is finding a very difficult time trapping and abusing the card control from that Franco. And the same can be said about Keyboy if the situation was reversed.
Albert only has the purple buff, and 60 seconds are left on the clock. We do see Boots once again being a nuisance there in the bottom side, putting a lot of pressure there, as now Onyx make a play here in the top side. Unfortunately, Vin is not going to be able to connect that objective onto Keyboy, and they are just going to be completely zoned away at this stage. They do have better high ground, but of course, Onyx Esports with Sans, they're going to also be able to have high ground if they steal the Feather Airstrike from Clay.
They're going to have to funnel some gold into Skylar, because as it stands, the Irithel is absolutely going to eat this 1-1 up in these team fights. And the thing is, Vin can't really look for those crazy hooks in this game, because guess what? That Lolita is always ready with the shield. RRQ, it doesn't feel like they're able to really make anything happen in the map right now, considering that, again, they're behind. And like Arashi mentioned, this is a team that does super well when they are ahead, or even, they need to be the aggressors. That's the main point. But even if they are the aggressors now, I don't think they're going to be able to win. 6,000 gold deficit for RRQ.
With 6,000 gold, you can see that RRQ, they're trying to actually corral together.
Oh!
Esports.
Keyboy stole the purple buff!
Wow, that is just unfortunate. And now Onyx Esports, they're going for the Lord. And RRQ, they want to keep going.
Vin flickers in, but there was a little bit of hesitation there as the Numenon Blast doesn't connect onto anyone. RRQ in shambles in game 1 for now. Onyx Esports taking full control of the game. Keyboy going for the stun. Albert has the Shunpu to get out. And RRQ will leave the first Lord for Onyx Esports to take for free.
7,000 gold lead here for Onyx Esports as of right now, here in the 10th minute. Being able to secure the Lord without a fight from RRQ Hoshi at all. And this is so difficult Vin isn't able to be the sandbag for his team because he is on a Franco. What he can do is look for pickoffs with his hooks, but up until this point, he hasn't really been able to land it, even though the Lolita isn't in the vicinity, even though Keyboy is not in the vicinity. He tried to look for a play onto CW, but because of the movement speed perhaps from CW on the Iritel, he is still able to outmaneuver any initiation points coming in from Finn. 8,000 gold lead now, Rashi.
8,000 gold lead, and that means more items available to counter Skylar in that late game as well. The Crossbow of Tang is a very strong ultimate, but it can be countered by a single item, a Wind of Nature, Winter Truncheon as well. With this kind of gold lead, Onyx Esports for sure will be respecting the only real potential for RRQ Hoshi to come back in the late game. Right now, Hook attended by Vin, but it won't connect, and Onyx Esports are coming in with the Lord. This is a tough situation, and RRQ Hoshi have no real answer to the long-range composition from Onyx Esports.
There's going to be a lot of poke. Feather Airstrike popped in once again to clear out the waves by Clay in the base. A hook connects finally for Vin. That's a hook onto Keyboy, though as Albert jumps in with the way the Dragon, bringing CW back for the damage to come through from the side of R7. But Kyrie jumps into that back line, going to be able to dish out the damage, but won't be able to take Vin down. Crossbow attack going to be ready for Skylar right now, but he doesn't pop it just yet. Boots is able to knock Skylar out with 2 punches into the head. Onyx Esports still managing to defend, to get out actually of that siege. 2 for 2 for RRQ. Still an 8,000 gold lead for Onyx. It's not enough for RRQ.
Taking out Keyboy and CW. Not nearly enough right now. We take a look at the damage dealt by Axe. Suns all the way up there, followed by Kyrie and R7. The only one with significant damage on the side of RRQ. Even Clay with the long range, with the AoE, is unable to match because right now the threat towards the squishier members is so real. And this is exactly what RRQ Hoshi needs, right? A hook, an engage, and that was a hook onto a Lolita. So if he lands it on someone even more important, like CW right there, this could be a very different game, and Onyx Esports understand that. They know that RRQ Hoshi, they used to be called the Comeback Kings.
8,000, almost 9,000 gold lead at this point, and it's insane because in that previous team fight, it was nearly worth it for RRQ Hoshi, but Boots really just denied that, being able to pick Skylar off, who is now sitting at a 1-2-1 KDA. And if we take a look at the players' gold here, Clay, Skylar, and Albert really low there on the charts, but here we go.
Albert gonna be collapsed on, instantly deleted. Vin hooks a minion in, Kyrie jumping in, getting out of range, and look at the damage, look at the collapse, look at the damage from CW. Just gunning Skylar down, gunning Vin down as well. It's a triple kill for CW. R7 charging in that Falling Star Moon, won't choose to go for it. Onyx Esports can actually look for the dive here, but they will just look for that base turret up top. 2 base turrets down, 11,000 gold lead. RRQ still looking for the defense as Kyrie is on the Lord. Onyx Esports dispersing really well right now, but R7 won't be able to take that damage. But the airstrike popped in throughout the mini waves, but it's going to be cancelled out for the knockout strike. And Onyx Esports draw first blood in this series. 1-0 for Onyx Esports.
A one-sided game here for Onyx Esports against RRQ Hoshi, with how much prowess they had in terms of that laning. It's so obvious that when Skylar loses that lane, it seems like RRQ Hoshi have no answer towards it. And Onyx Esports were able to capitalize over that even since that early game.
It seems like in that final fight, Skylar got stuck on the wall. He was trying to jump over it, but it took quite a bit too long. And Kyrie, he sees the opportunity, jumps in towards him, and that's just so difficult to deal with. When you are behind against a team with so much burst damage, the Valentina, the Ling, the Paquito, you see that even the tankiest of members, R7, it takes 1 second for Onyx to ensure that he is gone from the Land of Dawn. And Onyx Esports, they punish RRQ and get a very dominant showing in game number 1.
It's crazy. That game was, like you said, dominant. How long was that game? 13 minutes, 11,000, 12,000 gold lead in the end there. 13-3. Onyx Esports looking in form once again. And RRQ Hoshi, remember, usually when they lose the first game of the series, that momentum isn't there for them, for a momentum-based team. But in the upper brackets, they were able to break that curse. They beat Onyx Esports after losing game 1.
Perhaps that's how they like to play?
Reading out their opponents.
Reading out.
It's a best of 7, so you can't really, they have a lot of time to play with, right? But still, giving over a game to a team like Onyx Esports, it's a very risky maneuver if that is part of the plan.
And we know from the track record that Onyx Esports, they are the ones who are a lot more comfortable playing for the long durations. Remember in Season 8, Onyx Esports, they played, what, about 12 games in one day. So that is something that Araki Hoshi needs to take into consideration. If they think they can match Onyx Esports in endurance, they better, I don't know, have something up their sleeve, have something that they can use to actually surprise Onyx Esports.
Here, you can see the crowd outside. Like we mentioned, in the arena, the tickets are sold out. But here in MPL Indonesia, we've given a little bit of a facility outside for everyone to watch along as well for free, just not in the MPL arena itself. Onyx, 1-0 currently. What are your thoughts on this, Eterna?
It was so dominant, and in a way, I really did think that Araki Hoshi had the better draft. But I didn't think about the counters that Onyx Esports drafted themselves with as well, because the Irithel was great against the 1-1 for sure in that lane. And we mentioned about Franco not being able to get any landing hooks because of the shielding from Lolita. And at the end of the day, Onyx Snowball made Araki Hoshi lose game number 1.
And honestly, we need to talk about, I think, the gameplay here more than the draft, right? Because RRQ, they drafted towards that strong side in the XP lane, but they played more towards the 1-1. They played into the losing side, and this is what you can kind of expect. With the Irithel absolutely dominating Skylar in the early stage, you're not really going to be able to enable Skylar like that. CW, sure, very vulnerable to those hooks, but who's there with him every single time? It's Keyboy with the shield. That Franco hook basically becomes a non-factor.
Yeah, so
and here,
even in a 2v2, they lose.
Exactly. As long as Irithel goes even against the 1-1, Irithel will win.
Well, they have to try and be a lot more dynamic in game number 2. I expected them to use the mid lane and jungle presence a bit more effectively because Kyrie, right? We talked about how there's a lot of danger in the composition towards him, but he was able to play a flawless game. 6-0-5. He was snowballing all the way since the early game, and that is definitely not the plan for Araki Hoshi. We take a look at the items here. Only a Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon for Clay, so not nearly enough damage if you compare to Sans. Already 5 items, right? Very strong snowball. And Boots, knowing that he is ahead, knowing that the team needs to be able to burst down even the tankiest of members like Albert, like R7, he goes for that Malefic Roar to ensure that the burst damage is insane. CW as well with the Wind of Nature. We talked already about a lot of these heroes being able to actually counter the Crossbow of Tang as well. So even in the late game, I don't think Araki Hoshi have any easy way of dealing with Onyx Esports. It really needs to be something crazy like a hook onto CW, like a huge pickoff. But Onyx Esports, with how they're playing, with the composition, as you mentioned, with Lolita able to actually block away most of the damage, most of the crowd control, Araki Hoshi, they just find themselves blocked at every single turn.
Again, right? It feels like RRQ just didn't play accordingly to the win conditions that were set in the draft. It's a very heavy single target comp, especially early on, right? When you have a Cho, when you have something like a Franco here, even the 1-1, you could say with the Crossbow Tang, it targets one player individually, right? It doesn't go five-man full AoE damage. The only one you can rely on for AoE damage is probably just the Farsight and Esme. But they didn't play towards that pick. They went for the neutral objectives. They didn't go for a pick before. They did not time these neutral objective takes properly with that pick potential. They always try to go for the picks when the turtle has already spawned, like we've seen many times. The Franco, look for a hook, gets countered and gets re-engaged on, and that's it, right? RQ needs to adapt to the draft. The gameplay that was presented there just did not fit the draft.
And if you look at the damage tower, man, that is sad. For a team as dominant, as aggressive as RRQ, 0 damage. So not even a single hit towards a turret. That just shows that they were completely, I don't know, out-strategized. And as you mentioned, maybe they have to adjust how they play out because we've already mentioned that there's potential. We'll see in game number 2, but for game number 1 here, MVP by Samsung Galaxy A series is going to be Kyrie on that Ling. That's Samsung Ling making an appearance
Samsung Ling, guys.
Killing spree. Well, we'll take a look at the MVP highlights here. There's a bit of moments from game number 1 to just show you guys what exactly was Kyrie able to do. All the way since the early game, he was able to get that very good pick-off onto Skylar. And then in mid-game, you see that he waits for the right opportunity again and again. And of course, credit to him for having a solid retribution. So Albert wasn't able to get any moments going on. And aside from that, as we mentioned, there's not much of a threat for him unless he goes in alone and gets maybe hit with the suppression. And here, even with Araki Hoshi getting the pickoff, getting the quote-unquote initiation that they need to try and turn things around, overall, Onyx is still able to actually strike back because they're just that far behind. And once they have control on the map, you already know that Onyx, they waste no time at all making these plays happen. And with the momentum on their backs, just go for the end, even though they don't really have a Lord or any other ways to come with them, because they know all you have to do is consistently destroy, burst down the stragglers from RRQ, and then they take that game just like that.
Yeah, it was so one-sided that Skylar had the same amount of gold as Keyboy. So that's a roamer and that's a gold laner, guys. That just shows how completely dominated RRQ Hoshi was to the hands of Onyx Esports. But game number 1, still a best of 7. A lot of things still able to happen.
They need to improve, firstly, of how fresh they are, how they smell on stage, because the better you smell, the better you play. And I think Onyx just smelled better in game 1, right?
Yeah.
With the new Axe effect though, RQ won't have to worry that much, because just with one spray, that's 48 hours of the dual action body spray on you. 48 hours, can you imagine that?
No, I can't.
Oh my God.
I can't imagine.
You can't imagine.
I can't imagine.
2 days. Hey, try to smell it right now. Can you smell Arashi with the new Axe effect?
Oh, that's Arashi?
That's Arashi.
What?
Oh, you thought it came from the crowd, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought it was someone in the crowd. It turns out it's Arashi.
Well, you guys can go and grab Axe, and you can also grab food right now, because we are currently not in game. This is a good time for you guys to check out food, to check out even groceries here for some snacks. With the discount code we offer you here, grb.to/MPL, you can get a discount.
90% discount.
90%.
90%. And if you guys think that the voucher code is a little too difficult for you to, do, it's a little too hectic or whatever, just scan the QR code below down on Arashi's side to get that discount. Because even if you guys don't want food right now, you want to check out the venue perhaps, because we have so many booths, you can also still use Grab, and you get a promo code up until like 6K for the Grab bike.
Use your head. Get those value promos. And while you're also using your head, obviously, your head needs to be fresh as well, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to wipe your shoulders with Head and Shoulders, because it's always clean with no dandruff on your head. Remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders. Wet and itchy dandruff? Immediately wiped out. Ew. And guess what? This is also the limited edition with Tigreal and Eudora on the packaging, on the bottle.
Yeah.
My God.
Even when I finish it, I'm going to put it in my room.
It's
because it's limited edition.
Yes.
With Eudora. Eudora was the
memorabilia.
first hero that I used in Mobile Legends. So I have a sentimental thing with Eudora.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of history for you guys at home.
So do you have a sentimental thing going on for Tigreal, Arashi, or is this just an
Unfortunately, my first hero was not Tigreal.
What was it?
I believe it was the Mia, actually.
Oh, it's Mia.
I think, yeah, most people start with Mia, Layla. How did you start with Eudora? Do you just like mages?
I loved mages.
You like mages.
Magic.
Well, magic in the building right now. Arashi. Onyx Esports 1-0. Coach Aldo, the architect.
Working his magic for his team with a JBL Quantum. Crisp, clean instructions to the players. And you can see that in that game, the comms must be absolutely on point. They made near to 0 mistakes for the side of Onyx Esports. And despite RRQ, the comeback kings, the dynamic team that can surprise you, right? Onyx Esports are ready at every single turn. So RRQ, they cannot count on that happening any longer. Maybe invest more in the drafts, invest more in the early game, right? Because Onyx is not going to make a mistake. They've shown that in game number 1.
I think at this point, RRQ Hoshi, they can't rely on old tactics. I think that's just clear. Because if they relied, because we know that RRQ Hoshi, they relied so much on the Franco last season, even up until MSC. And teams like Onyx Esports have actually read up on this and they know exactly how to counter it. So RRQ Hoshi, can they bring a different gameplay to the table, seeing as they were one of the main teams that were watched worldwide, internationally. Everyone had their eyes on RRQ Hoshi. Everyone analyzed their games. So in a way, it's actually harder for RRQ Hoshi here in this grand finals.
Well, I think for this season, a lot of people have been looking at Onyx Esports as well. A team that's just been so dominant in the regular season. And here you can see their dominance in game 1. let's just hope that Onyx Esports are actually able to hold on to that consistency, right? Because remember, in the upper bracket finals, they got game 1 and they lost 3 games in a row. Here, game recap, Onyx and RRQ. It's Kyrie and R7 as the impact players.
Well, that being said, it is a best of 7, so even if they win 3 games in a row, R7, 3 games in a row, it doesn't guarantee that they'll win. Onyx can still win 3 games in a row.
True.
And reverse everything back. That is the possibilities that
will be amazing
in the grand finals. This is what everyone has been waiting for. And right now, with 40 seconds to go, can Phil come up with a winning formula for his team to actually perform? Because honestly, it seems like they're a bit out of practice. We saw some mistakes available, some mistakes being made by the players of RRQ, and Onyx exploit that completely. So I wonder what exactly is the adjustment, the plan for RRQ by Coach Phil.
Oh man, it feels good, man. For these audience members as well outside, they didn't get the tickets to get in, but it's all good because they can still show their support. They can still watch together outside. And they're hyped still, you know? Even though you're not sitting right in front of the stage, just being around, being in this arena is so amazing. And you can see,
look how full that is.
We're taking a break, by the way, right now. It's a break, right? We're not into drafts yet. We're not in the game. And it's this full. Most of them are probably like getting out there, grabbing snacks, or washing their hair or their face with Garnier Men. But here we go, the drafting phase for game number 2 of the grand finals. RRQ, again, still sticking with first pick, not changing the strategy just yet. Onyx Esports on the red side, and for the bans, it looks exactly the same right now, with Onyx Esports banning the Faramis and the Grok Kadita being banned out by RRQ.
We'll see what they ban next year, as Akai is still going to be the choice of ban here for Onyx Esports. So still the same drafts coming in, still the same bans coming in. We'll see if anything changes, right? But in particular, did you see any heroes from Onyx that deserved the respect ban?
Irithel. The fact that they left the Irithel in the second phase of bans, right, was just very interesting for me. They banned the Mathilda and the Phoveus. I think the Mathilda is a good ban, but the Phoveus in that second phase, the final ban from RRQ, is a bit sussy to me. They already have an Esmeralda to counter that Phoveus, yet they still banned it instead of an Irithel that really just shuts 1-1 down from the early stage.
Definitely a very interesting point to make there. RRQ Hoshi, now they banned the 1-1 instead. So Onyx Esports, they have one more ban, and it really states for RRQ that Kadita and Grok has been very, very respected. So maybe in scrims, Onyx Esports has a secret weapon. But for Onyx, they ban out that Beatrix. Back again to the early stages of Season 10, the 2 marksmen just not being allowed in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, I was gonna mention this, right? I think RRQ Hoshi, they find a lot of success if Beatrix is placed in the hands of Skylar. So this time around, they aren't gonna ban out the Eve. They're actually gonna leave that open and opt for the ban on the Beatrix here in the first phase. As the Valentina was left open, RRQ Hoshi will be able to pick this up. So they'll trade here in terms of the draft against Onyx Esports. But now, Onyx do have the chance to pick up the Paquito once again. And a Cho, okay.
Interesting, right? They go for the fighter brothers, Cho and Paquito.
The dynamic martial arts duo.
It's pretty interesting to see, right? Because again, right now the Fanny is open. The hero that was banned out by RRQ, that was replaced here by 1-1 in game 2 was open, but Onyx Esports still, they are prioritizing the flex picks first. They don't want to go into that Fanny, knowing that again, this hero is not really that successful so far in the playoffs. RRQ though, they pick up a signature Claude for Skylar. With the 1-1 ban and with the Beatrix ban, technically, we've only really seen Skylar perform on the Claude, right? It's been 1-1, Beatrix, Claude, so it's a good choice for RRQ. And the Fredrin here for R7 is what worries me. Because we've seen this from RRQ. When they go for the Fredrin R7, when Fredrin pick on R7, sure, it's a good laning phase for them. But once the laning phase ends, when the team needs to rotate together, RRQ lose a lot of lane pressure in that XP, and Onyx Esports can still flex that Paquito into the XP lane, right? With that mobile advantage, the mobility advantage, it's going to be a hassle for RRQ to deal with, and now especially with the Gushin pick. because you really don't know where all three heroes are going at this point.
True.
It's crazy how Onyx Esports are able to pick 3 flex picks here in the first phase.
It surprises me about the Fredrin pick because someone like the Esmeralda with higher mobility is actually still open. It's not been banned out. It hasn't been taken either for Onyx Esports, and it's still a possibility for Onyx to take up because we saw that Cho can be put in the jungle position, it can be in the EXP, it can be in the roam, even in the gold lane at this point, right? And so can the Paquito. Gushin can be in flex for Sans or even for Kyrie. So at this point, still very up in the air as RRQ Hoshi. They don't have much of flex potential at all in terms of their draft. Here in the second phase, with the Matilda is going to be the choice of ban here as RRQ Hoshi have the next one.
Onyx Esports, they banned the Matilda, so now RRQ, if they have squishier members, if they don't select someone with a bit more tough skin, with a bit more securing potential, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive the aggression, right? Burst damage coming in from essentially Cho, Paquito, and Gushin. It's also a good mix of physical and magical damage, so without a Matilda to save lives on RRQ Hoshi, they have to find a different answer.
There's a comment there by Zin, a Gushin player himself. He says that the Gushin should be played as a mage instead of a jungler, because as a jungler with low mobility and slow clear, it gets outperformed by a lot of these junglers, right? But again, it really depends on the matchup, I believe, right now. Because if you pick a Gushin up against another assassin, you kind of clear at the same rate. If you pick a Gushin against an Akai, a Balman, yeah, I can definitely see that, right? But for Onyx Esports, either way, they were able to make it work in both of these roles, jungle and mid. For the bans though, Matilda, Atlas, RRQ finally taking that Fanny out, and this just shows, right, that flex pick is so insane by Onyx Esports because RRQ, they're forced to ban 2 junglers because they don't know. They still don't know if who's going jungle. The Cho can be roam, the Paquito can be XP, and the Gushin can be mage. Both assassins banned out, Fanny and Ling, but this opens up a Balman still for Kyrie, his signature pick in the regular season. And if they really want to go for the skirmish-heavy comp, the neutral objective secure comp, this Balman still works, but they need some range first, right? Up against a Claude, Brody, Bruno, or there's a very interesting pick, Leslie.
For the Claude.
For the Claude.
This all works very well. That's burst damage, is true damage coming in with the rest of the burst damage coming in from Onyx Esports. But Bruno will be the option that they go for right here. And so far, this is a very scary composition, and you start to see why exactly they banned out the Faramis and the Matilda, right? It's going to be very difficult for anyone to survive against this kind of damage. And for RRQ, they need tankiness, they need crowd control. Ruby can be an option, but you have to wonder and worry about the sustainability, because even a Ruby building with full tank is going to be hard to survive against the mixed composition, the mixed damage coming in from Onyx Esports. So a bit of sustain will be required as well.
They need CC. They need CC with how much dive Onyx Esports has. If they can't secure CC, it's going to be so easy to run down the members of RRQ Hoshi down. And CC it is. Lolita is going to be the pick, as well as the Lancelot in that jungle position. Onyx Esports with the last pick. Who is it going to be? Are they going to secure a roamer? Or... I mean, gold laner secured, right? Bruno, definitely.
Yeah, but
it could be a mid laner.
Everything else, you really don't know.
Yeah.
It's 3 flex picks. And again, this just shows how flexible Onyx Esports really are. And in this draft, now that they know that RRQ have gone for the Lolita and the Lancelot, Onyx can just play it however they want. And like I mentioned, they go for the Balman. They want that neutral objective control. And that's 2 for 2 for me in the second phase. Balman, Bruno. Bruno to go for the snowball, and honestly, this composition from Onyx, if they get that early grasp into the game, I don't see how RRQ can get out of that, right? If RRQ actually weathers the storm, that's their win condition.
I guess right now the only thing they have going for them is the possibility for that Numenon Blast to actually counter a lot of these dives, right? A well-timed Numenon Blast from Vin will be able to throw a wrench in the plans of Onyx Esports, but even then, Onyx would most likely know how to deal against that.
Let's see. The snowball composition from Onyx Esports is definitely scary. There's a lot of damage output there.
And even relying on the Numenon Blast itself, because of that animation, it can be cancelled, remember.
And you gotta remember, right? The reason the Lolita worked so well for Onyx in game 1 was because RRQ lacked CC.
Exactly.
Onyx have a lot of CC in this game to counter that Lolita Numnam Blast charge. They have literally everyone here. And because the Gusion is in mid, he has to petrify too. So that's CC. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into game number 2. Into the land of dawn here. As Onyx Esports take on RRQ. Onyx 1-0 currently, looking to make it 2-0 with their drafts.
Their mid power spike is going to be so felt here for Onyx Esports. RRQ Hoshi, they have to be careful. How are they going to do this? Should they play for the early game? Should they play for the late game? Because in that mid game, Onyx Esports, they're just going to roll on RRQ Hoshi with their composition.
Definitely in the late game, I think. If you look at Onyx Esports, they do very well in skirmishes, but in the 5v5, there's a lot of chance for RRQ Hoshi to go for a combo, to do a lot of damage. But in the early game, they have to be very, very careful. But Albert goes in aggressively. Keyboy is the main target, and he is forced to flicker away. RRQ Hoshi abusing the early game even before the ultimates are ready.
And this is due to that mid control. Gusion, not good. I mean, it's good clear, but not against Valentino, who can just bully you away from this wave.
I think that's the idea of why it was paired with a Cho in that mid lane. But even then, you need to be able to wait for that level 4, I feel, and not be able to do too much of a risky play here in that mid side. As right now, both teams are going to start centering around this turtle. 20 seconds left on the clock. Keyboy still level 2, so I'm not going to expect any crazy plays from Onyx Esports at this point.
I think the mid game with a bit more items is where they're going to try and make plays happen. And for sure, I assume that they're going to avoid big fights and go for the skirmishes. But looking at the talent predictions by Axe, only one RRQ vote in both English and Indonesian desks.
I actually predicted Onyx.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, so...
Only one.
So, only one, all right? If we take it correctly, that means OG, Ranger Moss, is the only one who went for RRQ. Onyx Esports, once again, going for this neutral objective. Kyrie to be stunned up here, as the Nunam Blast will be charged in. The flicker as well, Kyrie to be caught. First blood over to RRQ. The crowd erupts. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. The turtle going to be targeted here by RRQ now, and Onyx Esports are going to be forced to back away. And this is where it's going to be disastrous for Onyx, remember. Because, guess what? It's a snowball composition for Onyx Esports. If they don't get that lead early on, if it's instead RRQ who gets the lead with their multi-dimensional draft, it's going to be tough for Onyx.
It is, especially even in the lane, right? Bruno versus someone like Claude. Bruno is going to have a really good game in that early. I think his base damage is already super high, even before items. And going against someone like the Claude who needs those items to scale, in the late game, if Bruno doesn't get that early lead, it's going to be very difficult. As in the top side here, R7 is going to be taken down here in a 2v1 situation. And Onyx Esports starting to look for some compensation on the board.
Let's see in that bottom side with the Dragon. Going to be popped there, stolen away by Clay. Gets another kill. And RRQ, they're really utilizing this pick potential now in this game. Onyx Esports were able to find a trade up top. And unfortunately for Onyx, that's not the winning lane they were looking to play for, because the Bruno so far isn't able to really bully that Claude. The Claude has been free farming here. Remember, he also has the Avarice, so if they trade equally like this, Skylar will definitely have a massive gold lead if he keeps on building, Arashi.
And usually, right, the team that has their gold laner ahead gets a bit more of an advantage in that mid game, because right now in the current meta, that gold lane marksman usually is the primary source of damage. So RRQ Hoshi pressuring really well on all facets of the map, and also making sure that Skylar is not shut down like in game number 1. That might be exactly the win condition that they need, because Skylar has shown that he is absolutely scary if he gets ahead. Silence now picks up the Genius one, so lower cooldown. We'll see how much pickoff he can do though, because ooh, RRQ!
Another pick here. RRQ, so far, just out-rotating Onyx Esports early on. And again, this is a massive question mark to Onyx Esports, who have, well, on paper, should have that early game power. The Bruno wasn't able to bully the Claude, and right now, you can see even in the XP department, it's RRQ winning. Sans though, unit damage onto Vin. That's a roamer right now as he's trying to funnel the gold in onto CW. The shield comes up, the turtle's taken away, the shield as well. Oh my goodness, Vin is able to get out. That's one more shot by CW though. Finally able to get it, but look at the collapse. from both Skylar and Albert executes.
At what cost, right? 2-for-1 trade here for RRQ Hoshi as their snowball completely just obliterated here, taken away. Kyrie still able to get that buff though, as there is going to be some compensation on the board as Sans. Skylar still able to outmaneuver him, and Sans now is caught in a bad situation. Another pickoff for RRQ Hoshi. A wiped out for Onyx Esports for any hope in that early game snowball.
And Albert just grabbing up the kills like you can get grab food using the promo code grb.to/MPL. Scan the barcode if you're too lazy to type it in, because this game is absolutely insane as Albert is just styling on everyone. Onyx Esports getting baited into a lot of situations, spending a lot of time chasing for kills that allows RRQ Hoshi to collapse and punish the overextension. RRQ Hoshi taking a lead right here with a 2.6 gold lead.
Again, RRQ are finding momentum in game 2 instead of 1 like they usually do. Onyx Esports now are in trouble. Albert is snowballing, and he definitely used the axe effect earlier. Vin jumps in, stunning Keyboy up. Keyboy looking for away the dragon, bringing Vin back though. Sans with the petrify as well. Vin gonna be taken down. Keyboy is the one who picks up the kill though. Kyrie jumps in once again onto Clay, who's gonna be forced to back up. Has the way the dragon to disengage. Skylar's still as well. Leaves the counter popped in. Skylar has the blazing duet. He's gonna pop it right now as he jumps into the back line and dealing so much damage there. He's gonna be able to zone the other members away. Albert with the play. TW deleted. The class from Albert in game 2. R7 winning in the lane against Boots as well. 3.7k over to the defending Season 9 champions.
Albert is sitting at 4-0-3 here in the 7th minute. And he's a level ahead of Kyrie at this point. RRQ Hoshi gonna shift their focus now on the neutral objective, taking this turtle. And this is gonna be the 3rd turtle of the game where Onyx Esports has not been able to obtain a single thing on the map other than those 3 kills.
Vin! Oh my goodness, when Keyboy cancels it out, it's not enough though. Keyboy gonna be locked down, and Albert picks up the double. Holy Vin! That engage just out of nowhere. No one expected that.
This is exactly what we need to see from Vin. And as you mentioned, the Lolita, when it's ahead, it does a lot of damage, and it has very dynamic, surprising engages that Onyx Esports has to constantly worry about, on top of the fact that everyone else is just making dynamic moves around the map, especially Albert. Now they are forced to ration out their crowd control, because if they don't save some for Albert, you already see the damage he's doing right now. And with the Malefic Roar, even the preliminary physical defense items that Onyx Esports has been able to pick up will be ignored completely.
Yeah, no ordinary Lancelot. 6 times picked up and an 83% win rate. And it shows unreflected as he goes on to Keyboy with a godlike, and there you go.
He's not stopping. He's on to Boots now, and that's going to be the kill. Albert, what the heck? 8-0-3. 8 minutes in, he's picked up 8 kills. The man has 8 kills per minute as the Lancelot. He's absolutely styling right now. He's looking for that bottom side and the purple buff steal as well. Onyx are not having a good game here. Item build, Jirashi.
Lancelot, Albert on the Lancelot, no War Axe right now. Hunter Strike into the Malefic Roar, understanding that they are tanky members like the Paquito, like the Cho, and the Balmon on the side of Onyx Esports. So he wants to make sure that those guys get deleted as well. And you saw the result. Kyrie, Boots, Keyboy, no one is safe from the damage of Albert right now. But of course, that's for now only. You already see the Antikyras being built by Boots, respecting that potential damage. But now you have to really feel for CW on that Bruno. Very few outplay tools, very few mobility options, and Albert being the one with 8 kills right now. Your life is forfeit, man.
But interestingly enough, it's always CW being able to do this, right? Even though he's so far behind in total, he's still able to kind of level Skylar in that gold lane, as RRQ Hoshi very easily going to be able to get that lowered. And this is looking bleak for Onyx Esports.
You see, that will usually be good for CW because he's usually on a scaling hero.
But this time he's not.
This time he's not. Sure, Bruno does damage in the late game, obviously. He has a lot of damage in that late game, but what you really want to do on the Bruno is snowball. In the early game, that's when you have the most strength, right? You can absolutely dominate your lane. But again, Onyx Esports did not opt to go for that bottom side gank. Boots, wow, he's just going to be taken down there. That was all the single target. Clay stole Keyboy's ult. Oh no, that's okay, Albert actually. I thought it was gonna be Vin who gets popped at the Numenau blast. Comes in and Skylar jumps in with a blazing duet. It's a triple kill for Clay. CW now in the midst. The star 7 flickers forward. Clay with the maniac. Clay with the savage. No, Kimoy gets down. That's the savage for RRQ. The first savage in season 10 is on a mid laner. It's a wipeout by Head and Shoulders. RRQ. My goodness.
Clay. We talked about him before this game started, but we did not expect that kind of performance. Clay, the person who is always in the back line, being able to get a savage on the Valentina here. The first savage of MPL ID Season 10 in the playoffs against a team as strong as Onyx Esports. Wow, I am at a loss for words. RRQ Hoshi now, 8,000 gold lead in the plays that Clay could make. What can Onyx Esports do at this point?
You'd expect a gold laner or a jungler to get the first savage in the season, Arashi. Clay.
It's Clay on that Valentina. We talked about how flexible, how dynamic this player is right now. So much improvement. And now that begs the question, what is Onyx supposed to do? They take out Albert, and then they get absolutely wiped out. So how mobile, how aggressive RRQ can play? Onyx Esports, they can't even afford to use all their resources to take out one person because RRQ Hoshi will absolutely strike back. And if you take out Albert, Clay is now 7-0-7 as well. He has more than enough damage. And of course, Skylar is still scaling like a monster. Onyx Esports at a loss.
So tough at this point, right? Onyx Esports, they don't have much high ground as well to defend this. 8,000 gold lead and counting. Skylar already with a Wind of Nature, so he can go in, use a Blazing Duet, and just not receive any damage, perhaps, from Onyx Esports.
Maybe Sans will be the one that can change that, depending on the situation. But Onyx Esports, they need to ration out their spells. As we mentioned, they require Sun Cloud Control for Albert, now some for Clay as well as for Vin. And if they're a bit too careless, Skylar will come into the Blazing Duet. So they need Sans maybe to try and deal damage to him, because with the Wind of Nature, everyone else is going to take way too long for them to take him out. And with that in mind, with Onyx Esports zoned away, RRQ Hoshi take a free Lord 8k gold lead.
Deja vu, but it's on a different team here for RRQ. Clay looking for that play. Sans is forced to use the ultimate defensively. And when you're on a Gusion, that just shows that your composition and just you in general, you've been outscaled. 9,000 gold lead for the team that should have the hold in the late game or in the mid game. Definitely not the early full like this.
No, it didn't work out. The composition that Onyx Esports brought, unfortunately, it did not work out. And now RRQ Hoshi in the 13th minute with a 10,000 gold lead, approximately one item ahead of each of the members from RRQ Hoshi. And now they're going to look for the final siege.
Well, we'll see. Once again, as that's the enhanced Lord, RRQ can definitely look for a wipe here, but if Onyx Esports are able to micromanage properly with their CC and their damage, they should be able to defend it for now. Lord going to be cleared in the mid lane. RRQ don't care. They're going to go for that bottom side, taking it out. R7, the sharp damage there. The Numenor Blast will not connect onto anyone. That's a massive restore of the Flicker as well. Onyx Esports they're going to play, but it's going to be the taunt coming in. Now the damage as well. That's going to be Sans taken down. Boots in the midst as well. Lethal counter over just to get the immortality, and look at the damage everywhere onto the Onyx Esports members. CW is the only one left, and RRQ equalize in game number 2.
1-1 now, as Onyx Esports were able to get that really dominant game in game number 1, but it instantly Uno card from RRQ Hoshi in game number 2. And that was so dominant by RRQ. Unfortunately, Onyx Esports drafted for that snowball play, but RRQ Hoshi shut them down from that early game and did not allow that to happen.
The Season 10 pattern continues, man. When everyone thinks that in this game, Onyx is going to take over, RRQ just flip it around and said, really? You think so? We go and get Albert snowballing, destroying everyone, even the tankiest of members on that Lancelot, and afterwards, just on the cherry on top, let's get Clay a Savage. RRQ striking back, making a huge statement.
And again, this is where it's actually scary for Onyx. We mentioned that it's scary for RRQ after the game 1 loss, but now RRQ, they've got momentum back on their side. it feels exactly like the upper bracket finals. One game, Onyx, first game, secured. Then RRQ with a massive dominant game in game 2, and they used that momentum really well. Obviously, Onyx Esports, even though most of the casters predicted them to win, we all agreed that it was a one-dimensional composition. If they were able to shut down these late-game threats in the early game, like the Claude, Onyx Esports would definitely have been able to snowball. I think, though, again, Onyx Esports failed to play with their winning condition. They did not play around that Bruno who's supposed to actually bully this Claude.
So basically, they made the same mistake that RQ did in game number 1.
Yep, in a way, because right now that it seems like teams that prioritize the gold lane get so much benefit of the fact that in the mid game, those gold laners actually have a presence. In the current meta, if the gold laner doesn't get any resources, you might as well be fighting 4v5, right? It's just a lot more than the lane for that gold lane in particular. And for RRQ, they are just able to find so much success. And in a way, it seems like whenever they play a bit messy, right? When we saw that Albert actually gets picked off, surprisingly, they just find a way to turn that in their favor. Because if you think about it, if it wasn't Albert that gets caught off, Onyx wouldn't commit nearly as hard. They know that was the main target, they all go for it, and that allows them to get completely wiped out. So it's just a very confusing way of playing for Araki Hoshi.
First Savage in Season 10 is in the Grand Finals.
Crazy.
I think that's the first Grand Final Savage in MPL Indonesia history. And it's presented to you by Clay, of all people, right? You'd expect the jungler? You'd expect the gold laner? No. It's Dead End from Bogor.
On Valentina in the mid lane. That was just so unexpected. I don't think anyone expected that kind of performance coming in from Clay, and he just continuously surprises us with things that he has up his sleeve. And it was really well mediated as well by the other members. I think we were supposed to see a Savage earlier on, like in the regular season, but remember how that got denied? So it became a Maniac, but that was supposed to be a Savage as well.
True. Well,
Bigatron, right?
The first official Savage,
The first official
finally coming through. And wow, you have to wonder how Onyx is feeling because they were on a roll, and then out of nowhere, it's not just a loss, it's not just a dominant performance, it's not them getting outplayed even though their composition should have came out on top. It's also that Savage, so a lot of mental pressure, but Onyx is no stranger to this situation. We'll just have to see what the Architect can cook up for us.
It shows you that again, even in this patch, in the Grand Finals, it's not just reliant on the draft, right? Because if it was based on a draft, honestly, with the winning lanes that Onyx had, they should have been able to get at least the advantage early on. Execution matters as well, and RRQ displayed it here, as we are going to dive into the item builds for this game. Another 13-minute game. So far, 1-1, 2 games. Totally, I think it's 26 minutes.
Wow. This is a very quick performance, and Skylar on that Claude, as you can see, a lot of damage and the Malefic Roar. Albert as well with the Malefic Roar, and the War Axe later in the game, this we have to see if this is a pattern that will start getting popularity, because usually we see that Lancelots go for the War Axe, and right here with the Hunter Strike Malefic Roar combo, he's able to actually be relevant, doing damage to not just the squishy members, but the tankier members as well. It's part of the reason why they're able to actually translate that lead to the other lanes as well. Clay on that Valentina though, even though there's a Gusion on the team of Onyx Esports, no Athenas, and instead going for the Oracle to supplement the healing from Valentina's kit. So it's very smart, and of course once that's done, it's just very difficult, man. He is just doing a lot of damage, and he is very surprisingly survivable.
I want to point out something you mentioned in the game actually, Arashi. You said that Albert was shredding through everyone, even the tanky members. And you can see the build that he went for, it's mostly just penetration, right? He actually skipped the BOD. The BOD he saved for last. He went for the War Axe, obviously the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, and even the Endless Battle to add more true damage to his kit. So that's the reason he was able to shred through even the anti-curses over from Onyx Esports.
Very smart itemization choice for sure. And it's not nearly as dominant. Well, I guess it's close. The damage to tower, 0 for RRQ in game number 1, only 1,500 in game number 2 for Onyx Esports. But overall, it's still a very dominant showing from RRQ Hoshi.
Definitely.
And the stats maybe doesn't seem as one-sided, but that's just how RQ Hoshu plays, right? They give you a bit to take a mile, and the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
No
man,
way
what a
it isn't.
performance! He has 0 deaths.
8-0-10, 86%. This is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Clay, 8-0-10. Look at the itemization as well, right? Genius one over to the glowing one. Kind of the same.
And this glowing one is just so good right now, right? Not only does it do max HP damage, it just allows heroes that has a lot of multiple instances of damage to do a lot more. And that is exactly what Clay is able to do in this MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series all the way in the early game. And you see that Sans and the others, they get baited out. They try and secure the lead because they need to, but then they stick around for way too long and they get absolutely punished. And Vin, when his team is ahead, when he is the one looking for creative ways to engage, this is the kind of success you can expect to see. And Albert just starts taking over that game. And of course, this is that moment, man. The whole team, they commit for Albert and they get shredded by the Blazing Duet. And once that's over, Clay just comes in with the spammable nature of the spells of Valentina. That's a lot of damage. And the team, they know what to do. They stop moving. They let him get that final kill with a basic attack. So that was nearly taken away. And even here, Onyx, despite the fact that they're trying to defend, there's no minion wave available. RRQ are just way too ahead. And it's a bit of a deja vu to game number 1. Onyx has officially struck back. We have to see if this turns out to be an insane back and forth.
Wait, because this is not just deja vu to game 1, but deja vu to the previous Royal Derby that we saw yesterday.
Finals. 2 days ago.
2 days ago, right? Onyx was able to get that first win, landslide, dominant. And then RQ able to get the second, dominant. And then they just snowballed from there. So is it going to be a repeat to what we saw in the upper bracket finals here? Is going to be the question.
It definitely can be a repeat, right? RQ could definitely take it 3-1, but remember, it's a best of 7. So either way, they're going to have to win one more game there after the 3-1. We've mentioned many times that the format really matters, right? And right now in a best of 7, anything can happen. Fatigue can kick in. But obviously, you can't get fatigued if you watch this on TikTok and you upload your excitement watching MPL Indonesia as well, because you get so many rewards by doing the challenge using the hashtag
MPL celebrations, but instead of an IO, put a 10 with numbers.
Numbers, yes. And you can get numbers as well because you guys can get all this right here. Rashi, Samsung phone, do you want it? Secret lab chair, do you want it?
Why would I not want it? This is the best in the business right now. It's a no-brainer. Of course you want it.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. But, you know, after this match, we're gonna have a break. So obviously for the players, sometimes when you're on stage, when you're thinking that hard, you get sweaty. Your face gets very oily. Garnier Men, for all of you guys right now, Garnier Men is the #1 men's facial care brand in Indonesia for over 9 years. And everyone's been asking me.
9 years?
Everyone's been asking me. Man.
Older than me.
Oh, wow. You're 8 years old, or wow, all right. That's a fun fact, ladies and gentlemen.
Surprise, surprise.
Everyone's been asking me and Arashi and even you, right? Because, hey, guess what? Garnier has female
line
skincare as well, the female line, right? Why? How is your skincare so good? What do you use? I always tell them, I just wash my face, that's it. And they don't believe me. Now you will believe me because Garnier Men is here to come and play, right, Arashi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Arashi is going to take a break with me and Eterna as well because we got to wash our face after that game, man. Even casting here gets pretty sweaty. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our
Game 3 awaits us, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the caster desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi here live once again at the MPL Arena in Jakarta, Indonesia, with a full house. It's time for both Onyx Esports and RRQ to head up on stage in Game 3.
Game 3.
It's still a long way from
It is.
the full best of 7,
It is.
right? Again.
We're still at 1-1 right now.
1-1?
You can see...
No, 1-1 was game 1.
No, not 1-1.
Oh.
Come on, chill.
All right.
We know how much you love 1-1, but 1-1.
Oh.
1-1.
Onyx is resupplying right now, just making sure that they stay topped up to fight against RRQ in this very competitive final match.
I heard
Endurance
they
is
got the
key.
snacks with Grab Food and Grab Mart.
90% discount.
Wow. 90%, you're right.
Cheap snacks.
grb.to/MPL.
MPL.
If you want this QR code, it's not right now, all right? We'll see the QR code later on, or we could just rewind the video. But obviously, we're gonna grab Game 3 very, very soon. Eterna. Both of our teams have gone home.
I know.
Bigishon and Aura. They did
Aura
not
was
make
top
it.
3 though.
Yes, they are. Arashi, your team still here in the grand finals. Donnie's somewhere in the crowd with he has an Onyx jersey on.
I think he's yelling the loudest.
Oh yeah, probably. Probably. He's gonna lose his voice from supporting instead of casting. But Arashi, tell us how you feel right now with your team in the grand finals. Currently 1-1, they just equalized.
Yes?
Oh, how are you feeling?
I'll be honest with you, after game number 1, I was a bit worried, man, because I know that it's no secret that RRQ occasionally, right? They seem to be a bit more, they seem to be less consistent compared to Onyx. So higher highs, lower lows, and I saw some mistakes and I was thinking, oh no, is this one of those days? But after game number 2, man, my faith, my confidence is straight back in it. So I have high hopes. I think it's gonna be very competitive, and I'm worried. And I'm trying to consider what exactly are Onyx going to try and do to go up against RRQ, because again, right here, not just drafts, right? You have to actually match out the drafts with the players and their executions, because the same composition in the hands of a different team might result in a completely different outcome. So I think this is exactly what makes it so interesting. But what else is interesting is where you guys can get your e-commerce needs.
Lee? Blim.li/sahabat
Main.
There you go. That's the link you guys need to go and put into your browsers right now to complete all your gaming needs with the latest version of Blee and get cashbacks up to 25,000 IDR. 25,000 IDR. And what's the code, Eterna, to get that discount?
Dash MPL10, or you can scan the QR code if you cannot differentiate slash and dash like I can.
That's unfortunate.
See, that's what the QR code is for.
Exactly.
For people like Eterna.
Illiteracy is a real issue in this country, my friends.
True.
Luckily for you, you have your Samsung phone ready.
I do.
You have a lot of cameras to scan that QR code, no problem.
I'm way ahead of you.
You can scan the QR code with the wide camera, the close-up as well. It's absolutely amazing, or awesome. Here though, in Game 3, I think the drafts are going to be awesome as well. Onyx Esports, do you think they're going to try something like that again? Something very coin flippy? A early game or lose game?
I think that, I was about to tell you this earlier during our break, but I really feel like the Valentina, right? As we keep telling you every single time, it's always top of the damage dealt charge, and you don't really notice the presence of the Valentina unless you see the actual stats. So I really think that the unsung hero for both these games is that Valentina pick.
You're right.
Because it's cryo. It does so much damage in the early game. It gives you good clear, decent roaming possibilities, flexible ultimate outcome, and if you are behind, Valentina's passive allows her to catch up easier.
You're right. So far, both of the games that have been won has the Valentina in the draft.
Exactly.
And I'm actually confused because in the item build, I saw that Clay built Oracle.
Because Valentina does have a built-in regen in her kit, so with the Oracle, he's just so tanky, man. You see that some of the members, obviously from Onyx, were trying to take him out as well, but he just out-sustains you, and that is what a Valentina can do if you're fed. Now, other heroes, they can do damage, but if you pick them off, they are vulnerable. But with the Valentina, you're so mobile, you have spammable damage, and you have sustain as well, so very, very strong hero.
It just shows you how much base damage the Valentina has, right? Because he built the Talisman into a Genius Wand, into a Glowing Wand, then a defensive item, and he still did that much damage, right? He got a Savage in the team fight. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna dive straight into game number 3, and still, for both of these teams, they're staying put, man. Blue side for RRQ, red side for Onyx Esports. RRQ with the exact same ban, and so the Onyx goes for it as well, man. It's Grok, Kadita, Faramis, and it should be, again, what they call Kai. Yeah.
I wonder if they're just headbutting each other when it comes to executions, right? They both feel like, despite the drafts, if we do the right execution, we can still come out on top. So they don't really seem to be making that many crazy changes in the drafts. But now you have to wonder about that Lancelot, right? It's a signature hero for Albert. Of course, Kyrie can use it as well. But man, he absolutely popped off in the second game. And I wonder if Onyx wants to get countermeasures for it or just ban it outright.
Still the same bans here coming through, like game number 2, with the 1-1 being the choice of ban here for RRQ Hoshi as their last. Onyx Esports, they have opted now to ban the Valentina. So they've recognized the prowess that the Valentina can have.
Yep.
And they will be able to take it away. But now RRQ Hoshi, they have to choose. Are they going to pick up the Paquito earlier on, or are they going to prioritize the Beatrix?
I don't know. Beatrix first pick, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, right? Where in the Aura Fire game against Onyx, is it worth it to actually pick up the Beatrix? But here, you can see the Filipino imports, Marky and Baloy, even Dilar!
It's Larky!
Wow. The trio. Oh, actually, is that a...
Oh, he's okay. It's a Paquito pickup there.
The PA squad.
Oh, there's Luke as well, and Audi. The whole squad is here, but it's going to be the Paquito over the Beatrix.
The Paquito.
The Paquito, yeah. It's still a bit too expensive, I think, to go for the Beatrix first pick, but Onyx Esports can definitely pick up the Beatrix here in the second. Beatrix and perhaps what they can go for... What do they want to go for?
Do they want to prioritize that mid lane? Oh, Matilda is the answer, and it's going to be that Lilia. So they are still playing for that strong mid side. Sans plays an absolutely ferocious Lilia as well. And now with the Matilda, if RRQ want to go aggressively the same way they did in game number 2, Onyx will have an easier time saving their members and instead actually turning it around. Maybe baiting members from RRQ Hoshi and then punishing them afterwards.
Yeah, that mid lane pressure is going to be huge, right? Crazy wave clear, crazy engage. They also have a lot of damage, plus they aren't reliant on that level 4, especially for Lilia, who's able to burst down that minion wave really quick. They're going to be able to rotate a lot as well with the mobility that the Matilda can have. And with that in mind, RRQ Hoshi have responded with the Claude pickup, so no Beatrix so far. And instead, they pick up someone like the Farsa, who can outrange the Lilia in lane. But she is heavily reliant on that level 4, so expect them to have to play a little bit more patiently than Onyx in that early game.
Looking at the compositions right now, RRQ, again, that Farsa early on will mean that Onyx Esports have a chance to actually counter it right now. They can go for something like a Yu Zhong here, because guess what? It's the first phase, the last pick in the first phase. Yu Zhong, you agree?
Yu Zhong could work, but considering everyone else will dive in, you start to wonder if that will be a problem. So Fredrin is picked up, I think, to be a nuisance in the laning phase, right? We saw that R7 on that Fredrin is able to shut down Roots completely. The Paquito wasn't nearly as scary as we are used to seeing, although it was still able to just beat up squishy members if they are exposed. For Onyx though, they ban out that Lolita, so RRQ's Vin will have to find something different, another different pick to try and compensate for that ban.
right now, honestly, for Vin, there's still a lot on the table here. You can choose someone perhaps like the Jawhead, the Diggy, Natalia, still so much he can use. A lot of heroes, but RRQ Hoshi now have the next ban to be able to take away from Onyx Esports, and they are going to start with a Fanny, and this is really interesting. 27 times picked up, only a 38% win rate, and we've talked about how much of a problem the Fanny has been in terms of that win rate, right? Everyone who picks up the Fanny usually loses a game, and it really has gone down in terms of that meta.
I feel like the Fanny just forces you to play in a certain way, and we talk a lot about one-dimensionality. And of course, if you're forced to play a certain way, it's going to be, first of all, hard for you to adjust and adapt. But second of all, easy for your opponents to predict what you're going to do. And Onyx bans out the Esmeralda. And interesting enough, I thought that RRQ, it could be a very strong pickup for them. If they go for the Esmeralda and put the Paquito in the jungle, I feel like there was potential. But Onyx sees that possibility as well, and they banned that out. RRQ, I wonder what it's going to be. Is it going to be another assassin? Is it going to be a utility pick? Because utility has been so important in guaranteeing these fights for both these teams.
I think it should be the Ling ban here for RRQ. Again, knowing that they have a Farsa, it's very easily countered, and they do go for that Ling ban here. It's also a signature pick for Kyrie. I think they're very comfortable giving Onyx Esports and Kyrie the utility jungle compared to the assassins, right? So Onyx now, they have a choice once again. Do they want to put Kyrie on something like a Bauman, or do they want to utilize his micro with
Amon?
Oh, just an assassin in general is what I was thinking of. Amon could definitely work here up against a Claude though. Very easy for the Claude to jump out with the Battle Mirror image. They go for a Karina. So a good mix. You can still flex that in the game itself, even if you go for Mystery Shop.
Yeah.
No.
A lot of magic damage though now for Onyx Esports, right? Karina magic damage, Matilda, Lilia. How are they gonna...
Beatrix,
you're right.
Being the main soul damage dealer, Beatrix can serve that role really, really reliably. But against a Paquito, Claude, and Farsa, that's a bit, kind of sus. With a Matilda around though, it might not be as dangerous as we think it is. Now RRQ, it depends on these final two picks, right? Is it going to be crowd control, more burst damage? Ruby can also work, actually. You are absolutely right.
I think if it's not Ruby here, they might pick up something like...
Atlas!
Oh my god.
Oh, very aggressive pick here from RRQ Hoshi. It does kind of make sense in a way. It can be useful to go against these heroes that aren't high range. So it could work with the Balma being picked up as well. They are going to be able to have a advantage in terms of that neutral objective pickup. But Onyx Esports now, with the last pick here, it should be for the gold lane.
I mean, at this point, it's... What the heck?
No way! Amia!
I was thinking Beatrix, Onyx Esports. They want to go for a pocket pick.
Hang on.
Mia?
Is that because if he goes invisible, the Blazing Duet does not do damage?
That is one of the keys, but also it's a built-in Purify, right? If you get caught in the Fatal Links, you can actually just use your ultimate to get out of it. But still, that laning phase, you're up against the Claude actually, so the scaling won't be that bad. You're not gonna be bullied in the lane. But Onyx are gonna have to really help this Mia scale up to be that monster in the late game. If RRQ are able to use this Farsa to just zone and just to rotate towards that gold lane, it's gonna be absolutely insane. It's gonna be tough. But Onyx, I think with the drafts that they've set for themselves, will be able to actually enable this Mia.
Safety from the Matilda, and if you think about it, being the only physical damage dealer, the main physical damage dealer, the AoE damage from the Mia can be very valuable. So on paper, it makes sense. But of course, in the Land of Dawn, it's a completely different story. So let's just see what's gonna happen.
Let's jump into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Mia. First Mia pick in Season 10. And again, it has to be on CW. The most dynamic gold laner in terms of that hero pool. You know me. When I see something crazy, I just gotta root for it. So for this game, I'm gonna have to say Onyx here. I would love to see how CW plays this. He's actually opted for the killing spree as well. So it's a very aggressive Mia. That's very interesting.
And it makes sense, especially paired up with items that can give you physical lifesteal. She is going to be able to create crazy plays, be aggressive, and stay alive, basically, in terms of that team fight, right? So we're going to see exactly how this pans out. Onyx Esports have a really aggressive mid lane. It's starting to show with the way that it's been playing. And fun fact here, by Grab, Mia from CW was able to get a Savage in MPL ID Season 9, so last season. It's a power pick for CW.
I wouldn't say power pick, but it's definitely a strong pick on the hands of CW. Vidio, again, looking for that bottom side. Good guiding win. This is why I said it's a good draft to actually enable Mia, because with the Mathilda, even if you want to commit onto CW, you can actually get out, and CW actually steals that gold buff away as well.
Great execution for Onyx Esports so far, and they don't really have RRQ doesn't have a solution for this guiding wind, right? They want to go very aggressively, but at any point, Onyx Esports, if they position properly, which they usually do, it's going to be very difficult for RRQ to find those prior targets. But of course, Vin is very adept at doing so, so it's a bit of a showdown in the roaming position as well. And usually, when it comes to defensive against aggressive, the aggressor gets an innate advantage.
I'm still trying to think about like the Mia pick, right? Because we rarely see this Mia pick, and I really do want to see how powerful this pick is. Why did Onyx pick it in the grand finals, right? You gotta ask yourself that, but Albert now is looking for the steal. Zoned out by Boots and Sans, though. It's gonna be Kyrie who picks it up. Albert actually losing his life there from the damage from Boots and Sans, though. Appraiser's Rat just deals so much as Keyboy is actually able to zone R7 away as well. First blood, first turtle over to Onyx Esports, and here it is. Time prediction by Axe. Hey, I like the Mia pick, all right? Because it's crazy, and I like to see crazy, especially in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Understandable. Have a nice day. But right now, the damage coming in from Sans, though, that is the main problem for RRQ Hoshi. We talked about the Valentina, but in the top side, though, whoa!
Almost. Boost almost takes R7 down there. He's going to be taken really low and forced to retreat early on, but now you can see Clay already getting very punished by Keyboy's aggression. He might get cocked out, but he does still have the flicker to get away.
Okay, I have a question here, Arashi. Sans went for Flicker instead of Purify. What do you think? No Purifies actually at all for Onyx Esports, right? Mia doesn't really need Purify because again, already has that ultimate, but everyone else, by everyone I do mean Mathilda and Lilia, I guess.
It's a bit of a gamble for sure, and later on, the presence of the Flicker on Vin will be so important, which is why that emblem makes sense, right? Lowering your battle spell cooldown by a bit is going to be so valuable when later on, reliably, the only way for you to get a surprise engage is to go with the Flicker Fatal Links. But already, aggression from RRQ, but matched by Onyx though.
A taunt as well. Clay though, saving the wings by wings, gets out. Doesn't even need the wing by wing. It's Keyboy who jumps in with a Circling Eagle, and it's a good response from the rest of RRQ to back up their mid laner. But if we take a look at this, if the game goes slow like this, it gives time over for CW to actually scale up on this Mia. And again, because we haven't seen it at all in MPL, heck, I never even see it in my ranked games, I'm still waiting to see how strong Mia is in the late game in the current patch.
Especially against the right amount of people, the right kind of composition, it's very dangerous for sure. And R7 now, before the Bloodlust Axe is completed, he's going to be absolutely bullied. And RRQ Hoshi, despite having the engage, despite having the lethal counter, neutral objective secure, they're getting zoned away by damage.
And the poke as well, good disengage by Keyboy. Vince still has that Flicker though, he might be looking for a Fatal Links Flicker over to one member, but CW pops that ultimate, and that's going to be the turtle stolen away by Kyrie. Taken, no, it's Albert who steals it away, but Kyrie takes a double onto RRQ. That's the thing, Onyx Esports, whenever they split like that and Vin has to just engage on one member, he can't be going on the Mia.
What a turnaround here for Onyx Esports, as now Skylar is trying to deal some damage with the Blazing Duet, but Keyboy is still able to make it out alive. And this is the problem, Skylar is actually ahead in terms of that EXP than Skylar. And we need to see RRQ Hoshi shut this Mia down from this early game, and so far it hasn't been able to be done.
Right here we see a setup though, Vin going in for CW, but of course a very secure hero on that Mia, and Skylar won't be able to actually participate as CW walks away, but watch out for Clay.
Guiding win, there you go, once again by Onyx Esports. And Vin couldn't pop that Fatal Links, right? Because again, with the ultimate, CW kind of just counters that Atlas engage. Here you guys can go and check out the Exorcist skin, ladies and gentlemen. Kagura and Yuzong getting such a good skin. Kyrie though, looking for a gank up top as Boots is going to be able to taunt R7 down. R7 looking for the play, looking to get out of this. Shadow Saw popped in, Appraiser's Wrath as well. CW
oh,
with Keyboy as well. Gets taken out off camera. Onyx Esports needs to be careful. Their 1,000 gold lead in the early game won't really do much, as the Mia will need to get a few items before he actually starts to snowball, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Scale.
It was a 2,000 gold lead actually for Onyx Esports previously, but it has been instantly taken away by RRQ Hoshi. A lot of emphasis from RRQ already in the bottom lane, realizing the damage that CW can have if he continues to scale. But luckily, Sans is still able to go a 1v3 situation with that burst damage from the first and second ability, as both teams should now be rotating towards this next neutral objective, which is that turtle.
And now with RRQ Hoshi being able to bait in Onyx Esports, we saw in the bottom lane the potential for them to use Vision as a trap, and that is something that they are well known for. Conceal has been popped right now, but Vin cannot find a suitable target.
Boots is looking for that peel. It's going to be the reset here as Boots actually jumps onto Clay here. Going to be CC'd back in. Boots looking for the play once again. Is able to flicker. Oh my goodness, Boots! What a play! Flickering out of harm's way and getting that Appraiser's Wrath. 1 for 0 for Onyx Esports as they're looking now for... My God, how did Kyrie get it? The Retribution up against the Bowman. Lethal counter retry for Albert. Still, Kyrie finds it.
Yeah, that shouldn't be possible. Onyx Esports, they're really popping off here. So much is happening right now. Boots goes in the back line, is able to deny the Feather Airstrike coming in from Clay. He's also brought back out with the Guiding Wind. And Kyrie is just doing so much here, Arashi.
Kyrie is doing an insane amount, and RRQ Hoshi, they lack damage. Of course, their members are scaling up right now. The Farsa and the Claude later on will be an absolute menace, but for now, look at that. Everyone is just surviving long enough, and with that Guiding Wind, that does not make it any easier for RRQ Hoshi to get any pickoffs. Now they're being completely zoned away. They lose out in poke damage despite having a Farsa due to the pressure that Onyx Esports are able to do with positioning. And that is something that RRQ Hoshi needs to find a solution for.
2,000 gold lead and counting for Onyx at this point, already climbing to 3,000, and Albert is even struggling to just clear the lanes here.
Man, that Feather Airstrike did so much onto CW. You gotta be very careful. Mia needs to position himself perfectly. In the top side, you can already see R7 doing work, getting a turret back for RRQ. Onyx Esports, though, are doing really well for a composition, and again, needs to play around that Mia to get to that power spike, right? 8 minutes in. He's farmed up quite a bit, Arashi.
In the late game, though, we talked about the difference between a Fredrian and the Paquito. If it gets even, R7 can be a lot more dynamic in the side game, side lane game, but Kyrie now making the play almost gets Skylar, but that's another tower for CW, as always.
Good opening there by Kyrie. Vin looking for the play. CW still has his ultimate. Will just pop it in. Gets out. Kyrie taking a whole lot of damage, but will jump in with the Shadow Assault to pick up a kill. Circling Eagle onto Albert right now as R7 is looking to help him out. Clay flickers out, but the Shadow Assault comes in from Kyrie. He gets out as well. Sans coming in. CW looking for the play. Not going to be able to do it, but again, Onyx Esports playing so well up against RRQ. And the Mia's doing work, man. Baiting out the Fatal Links twice now in this game.
2-0 trade for Onyx Esports once again, and is going to be able to get a lot of HP from that turret and even take it for themselves. So much on the board for Onyx Esports, going to be able to get the Lord as well. And so far, RRQ Hoshi, without a reliable engage because of how lacking the Fatal Links is against someone like the Mia, who's able to get out of it with her ultimate, it's going to be very difficult for them to get into that back line. If they rely only on Skylar, Mia can just build the one, basically, and just deny that pressure. And look at him go. Look at how much damage he's already doing.
He just finished the Berserker's Fury, so every single critical damage he does, any critical strikes are gonna be a lot more painful for RRQ Hoshi. And right now, it's just a difficult situation. They are used to going for decisive engages in the right time for their advantage, but now that's completely denied, so they need to play around a different way. Maybe around the Feather Airstrike, maybe around some poke damage, because otherwise, the moment they want to go in, they cannot get the right pickoffs, and before you know it, look at Clay earlier, getting jumped on by Kyrie and Boots. That is definitely not how you want a fight to go, as now CW.
It's my turn now, says CW. He's been playing passive the entire game. He's been waiting for this moment right here. That power spike to hit. Mid lane turret gonna go down. Tier 2s. Bottom side target as well. CW melting R7 down with the help of Kyrie. That's the damage of the Mia in the late game. Still has the ultimate, still has the Inspire. Imagine what he can do with both of that active. 6.5k gold lead right now for the Mia. And oh man, this is such an interesting pick, right?
Look at the XP difference as well right here for the majority of the players. Clay is 2 levels below Sans, and that is a big problem because, as we mentioned, the Feathered Airstrike is one of the tools that Arkihoshi can try and use to curb this CW's Mia's aggression. But now, with him being so behind, not having the levels or the gold to supplement that damage, only Esports are going to get even more and more opportunities to try and flatten out Arkihoshi. And for now, if they want to rely on an engage, it's really going to be very, very difficult.
The longer the game goes, the more you actually think about the brilliance of the draft from Onyx Esports. It's basically a full disengage comp, almost, right? Aside from the Fredrin, obviously. But with the Mathilda, with the Mia, the Karina technically can disengage as well. Tank, just the tank, a solid frontliner. But the Lilia, right? So there's just so much disengage, and it stops RRQ from going for those crazy team fights with their comp. Atlas, Claude, Farsa, that's what they're looking for. Onyx Esports is so smart. Again, the Architect boots down, knocking Vin up. Doesn't get the taunt here. Circling Eagle onto Vin. This might be an overcommit by Onyx Esports, but they're just looking to actually poke RRQ down. Albert gets baited in. That Feather Airstrike as well. That's a good resource burn out here for 2. So technically in the resource department, it's still RRQ who gets a better trade, but hey, Onyx traded it for map pressure. They got it.
In a way, right? For Onyx Esports, yeah, they can avoid fights, but they can't really engage fights either. Only Boots can be the main engage tool, and Keyboy with the Circling Eagle is not exactly a definitive engage tool either. So Arkihoshi, if they can play for poke damage, if Clay can scale and get enough damage, maybe that will be one of the main factors. And then afterwards, if Onyx Esports wants to punish Clay instead for being able to do so much from so far away, then Vin can make a big play happen, but now he's getting denied completely.
Feather Airstrike over the Sun, still has that black shoes. Vin's gonna get poked down, gonna be bursted down before he can even pop the Fatal Links. That's the kill over to CW. And look at the Lord, it's gonna be stolen away by Albert as it goes down to Boots, but Boots is absolutely a monster in this game. Picking up a killing spree now onto Albert. CW melting R7 down as he picks up that kill. It's a disaster as RRQ get completely wiped out in game 3. Onyx Esports with the Mia, they've done it. They've wiped RRQ out. Presented to you by Head and Shoulders. They're knocking on RRQ's base. Vin now respawning, looking for a miracle play to defend, but it's gonna be Onyx Esports who takes the lead in the series with a Mia.
2-1 now for Onyx Esports with a very dominant game. Everything that Arkihoshi wanted to bring to the table was mitigated because of the drafts coming in from Onyx Esports. The surprising pick, the out-of-the-box pick, the Mia of all picks, were the ones that brought Onyx Esports victory here in the 3rd game.
Why go for a Purify if it's built in your kit? Hidden Moonlight, that's the answer to counter the engage from the Atlas. And man, Onyx draft, Coach Aldo is an absolute genius.
I think genius is a bit of an understatement. That is a very, very smart game plan and RRQ. I do think that there are ways for them to adjust, but I think how the draft comes in as Mia last pick and how the game was going on, they were just bewildered. They had no idea what to do, how to adjust on the fly. So maybe in the next game, you're going to see that adjustment come through. But for now, for that game, Onyx Esports completely catch RQ off guard, and that's going to be a very smooth sailing game number 3. It wasn't dominant by all means, but for the most part, they were not in trouble at all.
No, and it was difficult, right? Because the composition that Arkihoshi brought, they relied heavily on the Feather Airstrike, but no one was able to put Onyx in place because they relied on the Fatal Links, and that couldn't happen. And because Onyx Esports brought the Matilda, it was so easy for them to maneuver out of the Feather Airstrike and therefore render the damage that Clay could have with the Feather Airstrike completely useless. And it was just so brilliant the way that Onyx Esports played that. They were able to bait, disengage, and when Arkihoshi tried to go for the engage, they basically kited them down with the damage coming in from Lilia, from the Mia, and even from the Matilda as well.
I think that, honestly, if they actually split up a bit, and maybe go for a bit of a flank, there are opportunities they can get. But considering how behind they were, it's a lot easier said than done for us here at the caster desk. And it's very interesting to see that Onyx Esports, with the poke advantage, the disengage advantage, they are the ones who are able to use the Lord to their advantage because usually, right, the team that needs to actually engage, they are the ones that can use the Lord to pressure the teams that want to escape, they want to run away into unfavorable fights. But Onyx, somehow, some way, through strategy, through positioning and macro play, they are able to turn it around. And RRQ, they need to understand how to deal with this. Coach Phil has a lot to transfer to his players right now because they need to be able to adjust to that for game number 4. Otherwise, it might be the exact same story.
It's so crazy, that Mia pick in the end still, right? You keep on thinking about it. What a madman. On Esports and Coach Aldo, they were able to pull that off, and here you go with the lead now in the series. Onyx have placed themselves in a very comfortable position. RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna have to come back here again. Best of 7. They need to win 2 more games. Onyx Esports and 4, RRQ need to win 3 more games. So we're still quite far away from
match point,
from the victory.
Yeah.
Onyx 1 straight push makes the score 2-1 for Onyx. And again, as you mentioned for that Mia pick, they saw that Albert was on the Balmond, right? So no assassin threats. If Albert was on a Lancelot or something of that nature, the Mia automatically becomes a lot more squishy. Because for the most part, despite the built-in Purify, the concealment as well, Mia is quite vulnerable to dives. And Onyx, knowing that there's going to be a fighter, there's going to be a Balmond, he gets poked down before he can even get anywhere close to the Mia. So saving it for the last pick, I think was very, very smart. Another layer of strategy done by Coach Aldo, as well as the rest of the coaching staff on Onyx Esports.
It was brilliant, and the emblem makes sense now, right? Because of how squishy Mia is, she needed that extra a bit of sustain when it comes down to those long, prolonged team fights with the killing spree.
It does make sense.
The killing spree, right? Again, that was a question that we asked. Why killing spree? That's the reason. Because you already have so much disengage, you already have so much damage once you actually scale up. At this point, you just need sustain, right? And the killing spree definitely adds that sustain over for the Mia right here. But we are going to take a look at the item builds here. Arashi and Eterna. Let's deep dive into what they were able to get in this game. For this game, is it also another 13-minute game? Question mark for Onyx. Let's see. I think it is.
Lucky number 13.
3 games, all 13 minutes here. And just look at CW.
Funny enough, if you combine the amount of kills, it's also 13.
Ooh.
Yo, that's crazy. Well, looking at the items right here, right? Sans with the Ice Screen one and Glowing one. This combo is absolutely annoying, and on heroes that can spam out spells like the Lilia, like the Eve, I think it's the way to go for sure. Of course, for Sans, on that Lilia, the Enchanted Talisman is also very, very critical in ensuring that the mana is never a problem, and the damage output in the end was what was such a big issue. Looking at RRQ Hoshi, they have good damage output only from the Marksman and the Mage, right? Everyone else is a fighter because they want to go for that beefy dive composition, but Onyx Esports are able to fight back against that because they have enough damage. In the early game, they're able to slow the game long enough for Sans and CW to get an advantage, get a bit of gold, a few items to actually melt through the front line. And once that's done, RRQ Hoshi are the ones confused on what to do. They have to poke from far away, and even if they want to stay in the general vicinity of a turret or of a lord or a turtle, they get slowly but surely melted away unless they can go for that definitive engage, and that is already denied through drafting. So the rich guy by Livid Man Maniri is going to be CW. No surprise, but Sans on that Lilia, as we mentioned, ferocious. Very unrelenting in the positioning and the damage output.
The poking game was absolutely amazing from Sans, right? Because he always plays the blooms in the choke point, the entrance points of the Lord, and even the Turtle. And it showed. RRQ, Vin, every time he wanted to look for an engage, pop to conceal, there's always those blooms there to actually stop him. Stop the conceal, dealing damage to him. And by the time Vin actually reaches the other members of Onyx, he's already so low that he can just be executed by the other members. Who do you think deserves MVP, though?
MVP?
Boots.
Might be Sans, I think.
Boots, you're right. Boots, definitely a lot of crazy moments. Sans, a bit more consistent throughout the game.
Yeah.
And there you have it, Sans, your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A series.
I think that Boots definitely did a lot of work in that game.
Crazy
he engages the pressure in the lane as well. But overall, considering the win condition, right? engaging and bullying Onyx away from the objectives, the person that was able to deny all that was Suns with that damage output. That is why I think he deserves it. And now we take a look at some MVP highlights by Suns here, by the Samsung Galaxy A series. And look at that, early on in the game, every time RRQ goes in to try and commit to the fight, Suns is always there to throw a wrench in the plans of RRQ. And again, CW is able to actually avoid any kind of engage with the built-in Purify. And after that's done, they have a Karina, they have boots on the Virgin as well, and they just dive in towards the back. And Clay, this is the second game we see him on the Farsa, and it really isn't that good. Well, hasn't been performing as well as we would expect, especially because it's a bit of a signature pick for Clay as well. And after having that advantage, they go for that wipeout here after getting that Lord. And this raises the question again, is the Lord important enough for you to lose all 5 members for it? Because that was fatal for this game.
Yeah, MVP was Suns, impact player was Kyrie, but honorable mention Boots. You saw that in that replay when he flickered it in that top side, got the ult, and was actually able to sustain and actually out micro.
You know, Boots, he's a mechanical XP laner. You all know him for the duels, for that laning, and Fredrin just fits his style of hero so well, right? With the duel-heavy kit that he has, and obviously the damage that he has, he's able to make those outplays happen. Remember, the passive as well. The more damage you deal, the more you sustain back up as well. It's basically built-in lifesteal. And for Onyx Esports right now with the lead, they're going to be very comfortable. RRQ Hoshido, once again, will have to think maybe... I don't know, man. That Mia pick was just... You can't blame them. You know, you can't really blame them. I don't think anyone predicted the Mia pick. We predicted Leslie up against Claude, but definitely not Mia.
Well, to be fair though, if it was any other... Let's say it was an Irithel with a Purify, I think it serves the exact same role per se. So I think going up against a team as flexible as Onyx, as creative as Onyx, you need to be able to actually have all the tools. You want to have a long range, you want to have DPS, and you want to have dive and backline threat as well. The fact that Albert was not on an assassin, that was what allowed Sans and CW to actually have so much impact without any real threat. Because we saw earlier, Sans, if he is on the back foot, and if RRQ engage, if Albert is on an assassin, he is a lot more wary on where to position and how much damage, how active he can be in a team fight.
Man, if you want to perform like Onyx Esports in Game 3, you're going to need a lot of good communication because you need to be on point, and when you disengage, JBL Quantum helps you do exactly that. With the sound cues in-game, remember, you can hear your opponents better with the all-around you audio that the JBL Quantum Sphere 360 has. And for all you guys who are looking to go for a cheap option, it's not supposed to be cheap, but it's cheap because JBL gave you guys a special discount.
Yeah.
Oh.
Up to it's almost 50% off, right? Because like the original price is 400,000 and you get it for 275,000. And to get it, it's super easy.
How?
Barcode, always.
Barcode or QR code?
QR code.
There you go. The QR code. Go get it or just visit jblstore.co.id. But here as well, you need money to buy products. You can save money with Livin' by Mandiri if you want to live your life independently and be financially stable.
Yes.
Arashi, you use Livin' by Mandiri.
Of course, why would I not?
Why would you not?
Asking me these things, why not?
Livin' points, right? Tell us a little bit about the Livin' points. What have you bought with Livin' points?
I can't even remember all of it, but the first go-to is food, right? Everyone loves food. You can use Grabs for that as well, but if you use Livin' by Mandiri, you can get it free because there's Livin' points that you can use to trade out. So it's double benefit, man.
You can go for skins, you can top up, diamonds, there's so much you can do. And Eterna, all you need to do if you want to get the promos is watch MPL Indonesia to find out all of the latest information and promos for Livin' by Mandiri. But here, RRQ are going to have to find out a lot about Onyx Esports draft. The Mia. Again, we just got to talk about it, right? Obviously, he wasn't the MVP, but he played a very good role in that game. Very good impact as well. I think, Arashi, you mentioned the Irithel could have worked as well if he brought the Purify. I actually think that the Mia was just the perfect pick there because not only can it Purify, you can deal damage, you can scale up to the late game with the Inspire. The CC, though, is something that's very underrated in Mia's kit. That second ability of hers that just stops the momentum. And guess what? That's what they need up against the Atlas. When Atlas gets out of that perfect match, every single time you could see it. Mia pops that second ability, and C sees a whole lot of that dive from RRQ.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And as we talked about for both these teams, crowd control, usually it's already so important, but when it's RRQ against Onyx Esports, teams that are so mobile, so disciplined how they play, the crowd control is what allows you to force them into mistakes, and having one on your marksman usually wouldn't be the first of your priorities, but on a player like CW, that is amazing.
It is, it truly is, and it poses the question, do RRQ Hoshi have it in the kit to go against how flexible Onyx Esports is? As, two people have received free tickets to M4.
Woo!
Free! For free!
For free!
Don't forget.
Don't forget though, you guys can get it for practically free too because it's so cheap with the early bird discount. M4 World Championship, buy it now! The venue is Istora Senayan and it has a 7,000 capacity. All right,
7,000.
This is 2,000.
Triple.
This is 2,000.
Wait, more than triple.
Yeah,
this
it's more than
venue.
triple this. Man, I don't know. You're missing out if you don't fly over to Indonesia to watch the M4 World Championships, especially for all the international fans. Because guess what? Hey, I guess we have a new champion. Blacklist International. Congratulations, MPL PH champions official. But here, Arashi. Game recap, RRQ and Onyx Esports.
As we were mentioning, impact player for RRQ is going to be Skylar on the Claude, still being able to do damage, but not nearly enough considering how behind they were. Impact player for Onyx is going to be Sans on that Lilia, just able to have a lot of safety from the engages and at the same time do a lot of damage to not only one person but to multiple members in relative safety and in a very spammable nature. So in game number 2, Clay was able to pop off. In this game, Sans showed that he can be a lot better with the right heroes. So I am quite questioning this Farsa pick, man. It does a lot of damage, it has range, but the way to win for RRQ seems to be initially by having an advantage, having pressure in that mid lane to supplement everyone else. Because when Clay isn't able to output that kind of damage and pressure Sans away, Sans in turn is able to actually be a lot more aggressive. And Sans and aggressiveness, we already know it's a combo.
But to be fair, I think that the Matilda is a really good counter to Farsa and the Eve. So that needs to be paid attention as well.
Yes, definitely. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 of the grand finals for MPL Indonesia. RRQ still on the blue side, Onyx Esports on the red. No changes whatsoever, even in the ban. Still, Kadida, you can expect the Grok from RRQ. They go for the 1-1 first. Does this hint at that Grok pick, or are they just swapping the order of bans?
A lot of possibilities here. And as you mentioned, Eterna, the Matilda is so good, and this again highlights the intelligence of Onyx because we saw that in the previous game's banning phase, they ban out that Esmeralda when RRQ, they require, first of all, dive, and they require a counter to that Matilda, and Esmeralda fits the bill so well, and that is exactly why Onyx denied from them. RRQ will ban out that Grok finally, and now for Onyx, one more ban, and it seems like it won't be too
Valentina,
different.
no?
Yeah. Was it Valentina? It should be it as well, because first pick is for RRQ.
Valentina's a little too expensive at this point. We've seen how Sans can utilize it, we've seen how Clay can utilize it, even getting a Savage, and I think Onyx Esports, they definitely don't want to let that go. It's too flex. Onyx. Yeah, still Valentina in my opinion.
It's very risky to leave that Valentina open. They have gone for the Eve ban a few times, but again, yep, it's the Valentina. So it's the exact same bans as game number 3. RRQ, do they want to go for the exact same picks as well though? Because in the first game, they picked up, well, in the last game, they picked up Paquito. They do it here as well. Does Onyx want to just go for the same draft? Hey, Matilda, Lilia, those were the heroes that they opted for.
I think if they do go for that, RRQ will have a bit more adjustments to make. For example, right? We talk a lot about the Farsa and the Yve being so similar. In that previous game, if RRQ went for the Yve, I think it would be better for them. But unfortunately, their initial idea, I think, is to be so aggressive, engage again and again, combo members of Onyx Esports, and with the extra burst coming in from the feathered airstrike, they can secure those kills with the lethal counter afterwards. So it fits into their own plan, but not against Onyx Esports. And I think that's one aspect of drafting that Onyx does so well, the countering in the drafting.
They're taking their sweet time here for that second pick. Last time they picked up the Matilda, Are they going to go for a different pick this time around? As Onyx Esports once again with the Matilda. Very solid still. I really do enjoy the Matilda and the Lilia first 2 picks. It gives them so much flex later on in the game, and it also gives them a really good winning lane in that mid side, and a lot of importance for that mid side to be able to help out on the other lanes, both the EXP and the gold lane. Really good clear, really good mobility. Now RRQ Hoshi, they gotta change the Farsa pick.
There you go, they do. Instantly, the Beatrix here that was left open, that was left untouched in Game 3, has been picked up with the Lolita early. Remember, Onyx Esports banned this Lolita in the second phase, so RRQ do not want to risk losing that power pick on Vin. With these 2 picks, Onyx are definitely going to have to change their draft. The Fredrin was picked up because of the Farsa. Good cancel, good damage, good sustainability in the midst of the team fight. They go for the Esmeralda here. A bit more sustain against that. Beatrix is able to actually tank a whole lot as well. And guess what? Does really well in the lane as well, up against R7 on that pack. But is it R7 on the pack? Or is it that flex pick that can go to the jungle for RRQ?
Well, if Onyx is concerned about that, they can ban the die, what I was about to say, and they go for that. So they deny the counter for the Matilda by picking the Esmeralda, and now they ban its counter. So for RRQ right now, what's the idea? What's the deal? Do they want to actually win the side lanes a lot more? Do they want to have more crowd control? And if they don't go for the Farsa, I think, as I said earlier, the Yves can work. But we'll see if both these teams have an answer for that, as the Fanny is banned out, and if RRQ goes to the same pattern, they will ban away the Link from Kyrie.
They haven't changed their bans in the second phase. They're going full straight on respect. Fanny, the Link for the past 3 games. So perhaps that still might be the way that RRQ Hoshi want to go for this. They want to respect the possibility coming in from Kyrie, as we do have a comment here by Rect. Keyboy and Key are momentum specialists.
You have to have a key in your name to be a momentum specialist.
Really?
I guess so.
Key.
Where's it written?
Key.
Key and Keyboy.
Yeah.
Marquee. I don't know. Who else has key in their name? Skeeler? Skyler? Delarski?
Kiri?
Oh, maybe that's the reason. But they were able to get all the way to the grand finals of M3. Onyx though, Uranus ban. Again, they're really respecting R7. They're really trying to force Paquito to lane up against Esme, right? They want this Paquito to go in that XP lane. What else is available right now for RRQ if the Paquito is in the jungle? I guess Yuzong,
Fredrin, Masha.
Well, they want to have someone that can actually lane against the Esmeralda and have the same kind of clear, right? Because otherwise, Onyx Esports, they can actually play that macro game. And Onyx macro, we don't have to explain to you guys at home what that means. Oh, that's a Lancelot pick though, so denying that from Albert. What will be the response here? Is it an assassin? Is it a fighter? Because assassins don't do well against fighters. That is a possible option. If they pick an XP laner, the Paquito, as we mentioned, can also show up in the jungle for Albert.
We say that assassins don't work well against fighters, but Albert's Lancelot just really played Balman's Kyrie. So, I mean, Kyrie's Balman. So.
Yeah, you can basically call him Balman's Kyrie.
It's so difficult, right?
He's only lost.
Kyrie.
Yeah, it's Kyrie. He's only lost twice on the Balman, counting the one that he lost earlier. RRQ Hoshi now. 2 last picks. The jungle, I think, will be the Paquito. They need to pick up something. I think a Fredrin would definitely work out here for them. But if they want to go for something crazy, I don't know. It's a bit too crazy. Lapu, I expected crazy. Didn't expect the Khalid though. They go for the Yves despite going up against an Esme Matilda and Lancelot. That's a lot of dive to go up against. Onyx Esports with the final pick in their draft. They need a gold laner. ACW, come on man. We want to see something crazy again. That's the Khalid. Maybe you can go for...
I don't think the Mia would work here because one of the main issues was advantages was the reliance of RRQ on engage. But in this composition, as we talked about earlier, the Yves can match the poke of the Lilia. So that will no longer be an inherent advantage that Onyx has against RRQ. So now for something with damage, for sure. They need it.
I really, I'm thinking just the heroes that he's played, Irithel, Popol and Koopa, Claude up against this comp. There's a lot of CC, a lot of face-to-face CC, from the Khalid. And if you want to go close range up against these monsters, you're gonna have to wait for that Wind of Nature. We'll see if it works out for Onyx Esports. It's a dive comp for Onyx. I guess it still synergizes really well with their composition, but RRQ is the Beatrix. And so far in the playoffs, Beatrix has won against Claude every single time.
We'll see how that matchup plays out here because the Beatrix is going to be so much more flexible, right? So he can go long range, close range, everything that RRQ needs depending on the situation. And of course, it's the signature pick for Skylar as well. So Onyx needs to be very careful. I think for the most part, it's pretty balanced, but RRQ, I think, have a bit of a inherent advantage. It all, I think, depends on how well Kyrie can play that Lancelot, because that is one of the main factors. If he can deny or delete Clay on the E, for example, automatically things are different.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive in for game number 4 into the Land of Dawn for RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx Esports. This time, Kyrie on the killing spree. Albert opting to go for that killing spree as well.
Quite a similar situation from the previous game where Onyx Esports, they should have the better early game in terms of that mid control. And you can see once again that being directly reflected with how aggressive Keyboy is playing. He is trying to put some pressure onto Albert in that jungle. It hasn't amounted to much so far, but expect the same type of aggression and flow from Onyx Esports in the early game.
On the top side, R7 will have a bit of a sustain advantage right there with the shifting quicksands, and that will allow him to actually match the sustain from Esmeralda, for the while at least. And we can see the Keyboy already taking a lot more damage, a lot more fight compared to game number 3 earlier. So RRQ Hoshi, they have a bit more chance to actually match Onyx in the early game department. We'll have to see though, the solo performance from the side lanes will be so critical in ensuring the tempo and pace of the game.
Onyx Esports, with their composition, I'm trying to think about the matchups here again, right? This Paquito should be able to have a little bit of an edge against the Lancelot, but it all really depends on Kyrie, right? How flexible, how mobile is he on this Lancelot? Time prediction by Axe, though. Here, on the English desk, every single one of us gone for RRQ.
Makes sense, right? Because when we think about the engage tools from Onyx Esports, it can be denied with the composition that RRQ Hoshi has brought to the table. Ooh, almost. CW getting chunked very low here as Vin is circling towards that bottom side, helping Skylar a little bit in that lane. But remember, 2 seconds left on the next turtle to spawn, and Onyx Esports seem to be the ones to set up first.
They have control here in RRQ. They're pushing Boots away though, so R7 will be able to participate, and Keyboy gets chunked by Albert.
Has the guy to win, getting back to MVP. R7 though, zoning Kyrie away, dealing so much damage, forcing the Phantom Execution here, but it's gonna be Kyrie, who still is able to steal the turtle here. First blood over to Albert, traded in 1 for 1. Man, Kyrie is a menace.
What is that retribution? Has he missed a single retribution? He has a few, but in total, like the percentage...
It's so high.
What? Where did this guy come from?
Philippines.
The Philippines, yeah. It's a quick answer for us at the English desk. But looking at the emblems here, Avarice on 3 members, they want to scale. Scaling in the side lanes is important for them. And this is a bit of what RRQ was doing, right? Strong mid lane and jungle presence, but weak presence in the side lanes. This is going to be a chance for RRQ to replicate the same outcome that Onyx was able to get. And if you look at the Festival of Blood for R7, he's going to be a lot more aggressive. And we saw the amount of damage he can do if he is left alone with anyone squishy, including Kyrie.
Let's see, once again, it's Kyrie who gets it here. Sans, though, going to be popping that black shoes. Instantly bursts it down. Now blast popped in. Kyrie able to dash, going for the puncture. Nope, just goes for the Thorn Rose. Disengaging. Onyx Esports down below. CW is looking for that clear. Has the BMI back. Ooh, RRQ almost actually caught that, predicted that. Didn't grab it, though, in the end. Exonic CW was able to get out. You guys, though, can grab food with the 90% discount code, grb.to/MPL. And you can also go scan the QR code.
QR code, not barcode.
QR code.
Remember that, Mirko. Don't make the same mistake.
Yes. Eterna.
Speaking of the same mistake, though, RRQ with the Eve, doing a lot better, but now Keyboy, very low, and Skylar goes in, forces the flicker. And a big point here, RRQ Hoshi has more crowd control when it comes to those slows, but as the response on Esports with 3 sprints, they will be able to move away from that real-world manipulation a lot more reliably, as RRQ is still maintaining their pressure.
So they have the guiding wind from Matilda. They have additional speed with the spells as well. It's going to be difficult, no, for RRQ Hoshi to look for an engage at this stage?
It depends. If R7 lands a massive Raging Sandstorm, that can actually be a big deal. Numenum Blast as well, but Vin now is the main target for Onyx Esports.
Oh, real world inflation. Kyrie still able to get out with the guiding wind. CW gets out with the battle mirror image. Practically a free turtle over to RRQ unless Kyrie can somehow steal this again. No, he's just walking back into his own jungle. RRQ will be able to secure this one. And that's going to be the gold lead shifting a little bit over. Yeah, just down to equal once again. 100 gold. 1 minion will be able to equalize that. So it's still very equal. 4 minutes in, 5 minutes in the game.
Yeah, 50-50 right now. 1-for-1 turtle as well, as Kyrie was able to get the first one, and Albert now on the second one without too much of a difference in this gold lead. Is there any significance that we should see from the items, Arashi?
Have to seize for R7. If you don't pay attention, this man is gonna delete you. But CW deletes a gold buff. He only has the Demon Hunter sword, but he's able to get that. No, Vin is a target. He is still very tanky. A decent amount of items available, but look at Albert. Happy feet.
Happy feet, Sans. He's Sans, means chill in Indonesia. Albert and both Onyx Esports and RRQ right now, I think for both teams, they're happy to actually play it slow, right? They have scaling options towards that late game. CW with that gold buff steal and with the Avarice should be able to actually farm a little bit more efficiently. A good snipe though from Skylar as Vin goes in for the stun, but Kibo is a bit too sustainable to actually die from that kind of poke, or to actually even get taken low by that kind of poke.
This is 3 members though, already setting up from RRQ Hoshi in this bottom side. They are starting to rotate and shift their focus, but let's see what they can do with it. Keyboy reads this out really well, giving information to CW as well to play a little bit more safely, but you can see the rotations from RRQ now as Albert and R7 already here in this bottom side.
RRQ trying to get the bush control, ensuring that they can trap Onyx Esports. That has been how they were able to get all these very valuable pickups in the early game, in the previous game. So if they can control the bushes and the control on the map, that is something they can do. But look at Boots going in. Is that a mistake though?
Raging Sandstorm over. Yeah, not really that much they can really do if it's Boots, right? Has a sprint, very sustainable. That's why Onyx Esports went for that pick. Still, both teams playing it slow, waiting for that objective. No real reason to actually go for fights here without any objectives on board. And here, it's going to be RRQ who actually sets up for it first. R7's looking for that flank. Once again, Sans looking for that opening. Kyrie is finally joining his team here. Keyboy jumps in with the guiding wind. Now onto Vin. Real world inflation to that black line, trying to zone Kyrie away. So that's going to be Thorn Rose popped in. CW comes in with a blazing duet, and that's going to be a lot of damage. It's going to be Albert who secures the turtle. Vin flickers out, gets the new round blast. Clay taken down by Kyrie. Vin running away as that's the damage to take Boots down. A 2-for-1 in favor of RRQ because they stole the turtle. They got the turtle. Skylar stole that litho as well from CW.
Man, very aggressive plays from both teams, and look at how chaotic the fights are, right? There's no real front line. Everyone is in between each other, and when it comes to that, the team with more sustain, the team with more AoE will usually come out on top. CW now with the golden staff, he'll be able to do a lot more damage in those clumped up team fights. Boots and Sans as well. More security and more ways to combo. And even Kyrie with the land slot, right? If he can land the spells on multiple members, that is huge value that RRQ Hoshi cannot replicate.
Power spikes from Onyx Esports are starting to show with the itemization they have also opted for. There is a slight gold lead for RRQ here in the 8th minute, but other than that, things are looking pretty equal. In a sense, RRQ Hoshi is able to get a little bit more because they're able to get that tower in that bottom side. And so far, Onyx Esports has not been able to get any trades for that.
No trades, and that's not good for Onyx Esports. They'll require vision to set up for those big combos later on. Right now, Kyrie making the big plays happening. Clay! Deleted!
Phantom execution, might as well call it perfect execution when the landslot's on Kyrie's hands. Thorn Rose coming again, that's the double kill for Kyrie. He's getting out of the Raging Sandstorm as well. Looking for the once again, R7 is able to sustain back up. Skylar dealing the damage to help his XP laner. Onyx Esports, Kyrie styling on that lance.
They're just trading at this point, right? RRQ Hoshi able to get a tower on the bottom side, and then Onyx Esports from nowhere. Kyrie able to get 2 members off the board from RRQ Hoshi, and the trades don't stop there, as they are going to be able to get a tower in that top side. Boots just being a menace in that top side, not allowing the Khalid, not allowing R7 to rotate anywhere, just really pinning him to that lane, giving pressure constantly. And it's a really good setup, seeing that Onyx now, they do want to get this Lord.
Vin stunning Keyboy up again. Sustainable Keyboy has that guiding win. Can regen as well, but RRQ puts their focus into the mid lane. Getting a little bit of clear before they go for the concealed play in the bottom side. CW is wide open. The stun comes in. The damage comes in as well from Skylar. Forcing him down. CW gets out with that battle mirror image with the sprint as well. R7 the Raging Sandstorm, but the guiding win from Keyboy helps CW escape. Kyrie with the Phantom Execution now jumping on the Skylar with the Thorn Rose as well. Gets stunned up. Still able to get out from that one. Boots jumps in. R7 as well doing a lot in the back line. R7 will be the one taken down by Kyrie. RRQ losing in this skirmish.
One man down, and Onyx Esports are going to have a man advantage to get this objective on the board. 2,000 gold lead. Boots already trying to zone Albert away as Onyx Esports, they have their eyes on the prize. Still 40 seconds left, but look at the damage coming in from Albert.
A lot of damage, but you can see RRQ's reliance on having a definite engage. If Onyx is able to maneuver around, disengage and engage again and again, they seem to be struggling to find success, and Clay now is wide open with the road manipulation.
Yes, Tyler! With the steal, he sniped that from across the map! My God! If Kyrie's from the Philippines, Skylar's from Indonesia! Onyx Esports now looking for some trades on the board. How did he achieve that? Onyx were two tunnel vision on Albert, and you cannot give Skylar room to play on this Beatrix.
Come on, that was nobody expected that, right? Onyx Esports, they just knew that they had to focus on Albert because he's the one who has that retribution. And meanwhile, out of nowhere, Skylar with a perfect Renner shot, able to get that away. Even though Kyrie paired it with the Phantom Execution as well, it wasn't enough. Skylar just a huge problem now. One of the best gold laners here in MPL ID, and these are the reasons why.
With the longer range right here and the Lord, RRQ Hoshi can look to find more value. Keyboy though will be able to escape. The purple buff will be contested.
Oh my goodness, circling Eagle now by Keyboy. Not really going to be another engage here, but Falling Star one actually catches all of them. As CW jumps in with the Blazing Duet, going to be sniped down though. R7 taken low, taken down. Kyrie jumps in, Thorn Rose taking a kill. Numina blast on the 3 though. Albert going wild. Sans still able to survive. It's a 3-for-1. Onyx Esports takes the dub.
3-for-1 trade, completely worth it for Onyx here. And now they are going to be able to hold the gold lead a little longer because of that engage. And here we go once again.
Oh, they don't stop. They really don't stop.
So aggressive from both of these teams.
The longer the game goes, the more damage Skylar and Albert will have at their disposal right now. Kyrie is 6-0, but slowly but surely that landslide is going to fall off a bit, and the instant replay by the Samsung Galaxy A series, you see that in the beginning. Falling Star and Blazing Duet combo. You can see R7 tries best to try and salvage that fight with the Raging Sandstorm, but unfortunately, it's not possible. Numenon Blast will actually be able to stun everyone, but there's not enough follow-up. When Onyx Esports make the fights this sporadic, this chaotic, RRQ Hoshi struggles to let their backline, Clay and Skylar, output the damage they need.
The counter plays from both of these teams are giving me whiplash at this point. What is going on? Onyx Esports now with a 2,000 gold lead. Skylar doing so much damage, Arashi. What are his items?
He has the BOD, but that was from full HP, so it's not even a factor here. The Malefic Roar, though, will allow him to do so much damage to anyone. Despite all the Antique Cuirasses and the Dominance Ices built by Onyx Esports, that's a lot of penetration coming in, and that is something that Onyx needs to start paying attention to because it already stole the Lord. It can steal one of their HP bars next. Looking at the items for the Mage in particular, once this back and forth is happening, Ice Queen's one and Glowing one, same items for both Sans and Clay, allowing them to have the great mix of DPS, but also that crowd control ability, the slow coming in. For Onyx, they have sprints to counter it. RRQ Hoshi, they have a lot more dashes, so at this point, it's still pretty much even.
Notice Kyrie's items as well. He went for that penetration item mostly. Kyrie again using that penetration onto Vin, getting him low. That's the shield down on Esports. Kyrie's actually going to go over to that top side to clear it out. They can actually play this slow. They don't need to take it. Again, they have the lead. R7 is going to be zoned out. No second ability. That's a massive resource. Now, the knowledge over to Onyx Esports. They have this. They also have that top side cleared out. They can play it around the Lord a bit better.
They're going to be able to clear fast, though, as You can see Albert being able to clear that and alleviating the pressure that once was already placed onto them in that top side. And right now, CW and Skylar are already the same level. But at this point, if both of these teams have both of their ultimates up, who's gonna favor in a 5v5 situation?
Onyx Esports has more combos, but RRQ Hoshi, they have a lot more poke damage available. Renner combined with that Eve damage, and especially with that Eve slow, that is a dangerous combo that Onyx Esports are very wary about. They don't stand out in the open just in case the snipes keep landing and they're forced to back away. They're playing in the vision, with the vision in the bushes, trying to make sure that they are the ones making it confusing for RRQ Hoshi, and the macro play allows them to secure a turret. RRQ Hoshi, though, try and get compensation, but it won't be easy against Onyx Esports.
Again, Onyx Esports.
Dancing.
Yeah, they're fine doing this dance. Again, they have the 3,000 gold lead. There's not much that RQ can really do. And guess what? If Onyx keeps on micromanaging the waves like this, they have the edge. They'll always have the edge, right? RQ, though, not going to give it over just like that. They go for the conceal. Good disengage. Good read from Onyx Esports. Just backing up. And again, playing this Lord Dance. Kyrie, kind of execution. Was popped in. R7 getting melted down by CW in the mid lane. Has to pop the second ability. CW gets out as well. This might be the opening for Onyx Esports to, again, go for the Lord Dance.
There's a chance for RRQ Hoshi to zone everyone away and then use the damage output from that Beatrix to solo the Lord. That is a strategy that we've seen work out, but right now, Onyx are the ones threatening to actually take it away. They're trying to force RRQ Hoshi into a weird fight, and keep your eyes on CW, man. He is gonna be one of the main damage dealers in those big team fights.
Let's see, once again, mid lane control from both of the teams. Kyrie is already rotated over to the Lord. Enhanced Lord here in the 16th minute of the game. Vin, opposition, goes in for a stun. Battle Mirror Image, and that's going to be a lot of damage placed onto Vin. Albert doing the same to Sans. Boots just trying to zone RRQ away. Vin's super low. But on Esports decide once again that they do not want to commit. They have that bottom side slow pushing, so they don't really need to worry. All they need to do is, again, set up for that top side, mid lane as well, and get the better position to actually go for another Lord Dance. Because look, slowly but surely, because Onyx Esports have been doing this, the gold lead has actually been rising. It was at 2.9k at the start, and now it's Onyx Esports with 3.5k. The micromanagement of waves from Onyx Esports, absolutely phenomenal.
They nearly lost the turret in that top side for it as well.
And bot.
They have to be very careful at this point, right? Because if it keeps on going, it doesn't matter. Like you mentioned, for Onyx Esports, they're going to get more trades on the board in terms of that tower, and they're going to have more lane control because of it. But now, it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they're going to start it.
They are. They need to go for it, right? It's a desperate play here by RRQ. Vin got knocked up by the Lord, revealing his position, but it's going to be the conceal coming in again. A good stun over to Kyrie, but Kyrie's still able to dodge away with a Thorn Rose. Now that's going to be the Battle Mirror Image onto the back lines. The CW just wreaks havoc onto that back line. Kyrie looking for the plays. No members taken down, only Sans. Skylar will finally fall to the hands of Boots. It's a 1-for-1 right now. Albert getting out, but the damage coming in will stop him. Kyrie shuts Albert down. He's looking for another right now as he goes on to Vin. Doesn't have the puncture just yet. Goes in for the Thorn Rose, and that's the kill over the Boots. R7 sustaining, but Onyx Esports have taken the 3-for-1.
Wow, the way that Onyx Esports played that team fight was so well done. They know that RRQ Hoshi are going to be reliant on the engage and the damage coming in from Skylar, and Boots was able to just chunk him down up until his elimination entirely. Boots was a huge factor to how they won that.
Wait.
What?
What?
Did they reset the Lord?
Oh, they're waiting for the Evolved Lord to spawn here.
There you go. Onyx Esports once again a level, a step ahead.
Absolutely cerebral gameplay by Onyx Esports right here. And now Sans with the Winter Truncheon, he will be able to buy even more time.
They didn't do it enough, and I think they were initially going for that, but they noticed that the death timers were a bit still too fast in the 18 minutes, so they decided to just, you know what, let's just finish it off. It got back to half HP, but hey, it's still a Lord here for Onyx Esports.
Right now, though, Claws has been built by Skylar, so in the same event of the previous team fight, if the Esmeralda is going to be hounding him, just chasing him down like that, he'll be able to actually survive for a lot longer and maybe even out-sustain the Esmeralda damage because it's not burst by all means. And I think right now, the struggle here is for R7 to match the impact that Boots has been able to do. Bigger engages, tankier, and of course more mobility. The Khalid is getting outperformed by this Esmeralda.
It is. The mobility is the only thing that R7 has on this Khalid in favor of the Esmeralda, but that's even just very close. CW, again, meanwhile CW in the top side taking that turret, base turret down now. Skylar on that Bennett, he's trying to clear the Lord as fast as possible. They do take it away in the end. Only one base turret falls. Onyx Esports doing a fine job, and this is just typical Onyx, right? When they get the lead, it's just so hard to actually take the lead back. You need to go for a fight, but at this point, with the amount of disengages that Onyx Esports have, it almost feels impossible.
Especially with the additional sprint, right? So a lot of things are factors here as to why Arky Hoshi can't seem to engage on a proper team fight. And if we take a look at the players' gold here by UBS, Clay is so far behind as well. And did it reflect on the items, Arashi?
I think he was having issues trying to maintain his mana levels because we see Sans is able to spam out more spells than Clay is able to. And part of why they went for that big fight, I think, is because Clay was slowly but surely running out of mana to deal with because he's been spamming out so many spells, trying to open up the bushes, finding vision, finding information for Araki Hoshi. So in the next fight, I'm not quite sure what they are planning to do. I think if they actually try and go for an engage and then transition to backpedaling instead, they already know that CW and Kyrie, they want to get close, right? There's no need for them to chase in that far for the members of Onyx Esports. But now with the gold advantage, it's a completely different story. They might not even be able to deal with Kyrie diving in towards that backline. 7-0-3, level 15. Maybe if they delay the game long enough, then this gold difference will start making less and less of a difference. But then NOD has been built for Clay, understanding the amount of shielding available for Onyx Esports.
And the DHS as well, from Skylar, right? And I was about to say that, Arashi. The later the game goes, this gold lead will have little to no impact. Again, with everyone having those full items, but R7, this is it. This is a poke from Sans on a signature hero, right? RRQ right now, they're going to have to contest for the Evolved Lord because I can see them defend this, but I don't think they're going to be able to save those last two base turrets if Onyx gets the Evolved Lord this time.
They're trying to go in, trying to actually scout for information. Vin has been able to come into the danger zone, but for the most part, the lower half of the map is still under control of Onyx Esports and Araki Hoshi. They're struggling because, again, anyone they jump on most likely won't result in a fight anyways. They will let Skylar clear the bottom side, which is going to be pretty good. And the Lord, given this late stage of the game, is going to be very, very tanky. It's going to take quite a bit to burst down. So both teams need to be very careful in how they want to approach this Lord take.
Half HP, Vin looking for the flank here. Goes into the bush. Going to be spotted out by CW. And that's going to be the invisibility running out. Boots going to be stunned up. Vin popping up that shield. Onyx Esports with a very good read will just go for the reset on this Lord right now. RRQ do not want that to happen. No, they do. But again, right, this is Onyx Esports playing the smart game. The top side is slow pushing because that base turret was taken down earlier. R7 is going to have to micromanage that, and Onyx Esports can just go and again threaten the Lord and go for the engage. Vin going to be taken down. Skylar caught, has the flicker to get out with the blade armor. Will do its work. Boots gets the kill, and Keyboy will be able to find Vin. Not just yet. Boots going to be taken down, overcommitting there, but he buys enough time for Onyx Esports. The rest of the members to go for the Lord. Kyrie secures it. Albert jumps in with the damage with a truncheon as well, but will be taken out. He has the immortality. R7 goes in for the damage, but it will not be enough to save Albert. Onyx Esports once again with a brilliant macro performance. Keyboy canceling the regen. R7 now caught in the mid. Thorn Rose as well. Immortality out. R7 buys the winner truncheon. He buys a little bit more time, but will fall again to the hands of Sans. 3 for 1. Onyx looking to get match point.
Will they be able to defend this one, right? 2 members left standing here for RRQ Hoshi with brilliant plays from Boots in particular. He was taken down, but I do believe it was worth it to trade for a gold laner, as you can see Kyrie going in for an engage.
Kyrie just going, stacking up to go for the base. Onyx Esports with match point. 1 game away from the title.
That is crazy. The way Onyx is able to maneuver around, avoid fights, yet somehow stay in range to actually deal damage, that is something that RRQ has shown to be unable to deal with. If they need to ban some things, I think now is a time where they have to start banning all these tools that Onyx is using to abuse their engages. Onyx moving back and forth away from RRQ is the main reason why R7 can't get the big engage. It's the reason why Clay doesn't really know when to pop out his ultimate, the real world manipulation. So Onyx is just way too solid, and they're so patient. And the macro game is absolutely on point as well. RRQ now on the back foot. They are struggling, and now it's match point for Onyx Esports.
One game left until we have to crown who is going to be king here this season. And it feels like a little bit of a irony, right? Because last season, what was the scoreline for RQ and Onyx?
4-1.
4-1.
And now it's 3-1 for Onyx. So if Onyx can actually get this next game, 100% revenge story, revenge plot from Onyx.
Momentum on their side.
Yeah, definitely.
One more game away from securing the ultimate revenge against their bitter rivals, RRQ Hoshi. The Sonic here in the building going mad for Onyx Esports. Their chance is here. Will they be able to capitalize? So far the draft, the gameplay, the execution from Onyx has been absolutely amazing.
Chance from the crowd, you're shaking the caster desk itself. This is absolutely amazing. With match point, RRQ, they look confused, man. They have no idea what to do. They are racking their brains right now in the middle of the break. They need to find a solution that works. Onyx Esports, they can do the exact same thing. And RRQ, despite the chance to adjust, the adjustments has not worked out.
That's not good, right? The look on the players for RRQ, they look frustrated. And when they're frustrated, they tilt in the game. Let's hope that doesn't reflect in game number 5 for them in particular, because that's going to be detrimental. This is something similar that we saw in MSC, right? When RRQ Hoshi was against RSG PH. When they started to get frustrated, they couldn't get back in the game at all.
And it's very similar because even in the match against RSG PH, they always stayed in the first pick. They did not change at all. And in this game, once again, we're seeing that from RRQ. Very, very fixated on that first pick, on the blue side. Onyx kiting gameplay makes Onyx one step closer, one game closer to the crown to get their 3rd MPL title. And for Kyrie, his first MPL title.
Imagine getting into a fist fight with a guy with arms as long as 2 meters. That is how it feels when you go up against Onyx right now. Look at RRQ, man. At every point, they're taking shots and they can't dish anything out back, despite the fact that they have a Yves against a Lilia. That is insane.
That's why. I don't understand why RQ keep allowing the Matilda pick and why they keep choosing for these heroes that rely on the engage, right? Like the Feather Airstrike and the real-world manipulation. The Matilda is such a good counter to it. And then Onyx brought 3 sprints in addition to that. So everything that we believed Eve to be strong for, the slows, the utility, the damage, it becomes useless. It's mitigated completely.
I think if we look at the damage dealt total in the game, Eve is going to be all the way out there, but considering the sustains, the shielding, and the maneuverability, the lifesteal coming in from Onyx Esports, it almost doesn't matter, which is why I think that they have to start moving in that direction instead. Take out the disengage tools, the sustain tools, and without those tools, right, RQ's draft was absolutely going to work because they were already outputting so much damage with the Renner, with the Yves as well. So, but of course, if they go in that direction, Onyx will have a plan for sure. And now that is the main concern, right? RQ has shown their cards how they want to adjust to it. Onyx is still scheming, still cooking up yet another puzzle for RRQ to solve.
And once again,
the Renner shot, I still can't get over that though.
The steal though,
It was a good steal by Skylar, but here we're gonna throw it over to the item build, to Arashi Hoshi to go for the analysis. Once again though, I do feel like Onyx Esports, they've drafted them, oh, not 30 minutes, finally. After 3 games of going 13 minutes, this is the first 23-minute game. CW 0-0 and 10, holy.
Wow. What more can you say, man? He doesn't have any kills, but it's because he doesn't have to go aggressively. He is not the main damage output source. He is more of a threat, a deterrent for the squishier members like Skylar, like Clay. Look at his item builds. It reflects that completely. Mana boots to ensure that he can stay in the fight longer. And then afterwards, he goes only for the 3 damage items, and then everything else is tankiness. Because if he does not get bursted down, if he doesn't get caught out, Onyx Esports, they have all the tools available to save him and then re-engage later. And look at all the builds. It all reflects tankiness, and even Kyrie in that last fight, you saw how passively he was playing because all he has to do is wait for RRQ to fully commit and then he can get free range in the back line. Boots, he even built a rose gold meteor. What is going on? He knows that the damage coming in from Clay is too painful, and look at the items from Clay and CW, right? The contrast. Mana boots for CW, but no enchanted talisman, no mana boots for Clay. I think that is one of the main factors that allows Onyx Esports to outlast Clay, because he was outputting a lot of damage, but after a while he runs out. We saw that in every single fight he was down to less than a quarter of his mana pool, and that is not enough when there's so many things for you to do as the Yve. He is one of the main tools that RRQ was trying to abuse to get that victory.
And here, right, let's just take a look once again at Kyrie. He went for the same exact build as Albert when he went for the Lancelot, right? And it's, again, a very intelligent build by Kyrie here, up against a lot of tanky members, a lot of sustainable members. This full penetration build enabled him to really destroy even the front lines, right? Obviously, the back line as well was definitely punished. Skylar in this game, other than that Lord Steal, he really wasn't able to do much because, again, Onyx Esports, their playstyle and their composition forced RRQ to constantly fight these messy team fights. And obviously, it will favor Onyx Esports because for RRQ, it's very momentum-based here, right? With their composition. Sandbag, surprisingly, isn't R7, isn't Vin. It's actually Albert on the Paquito. Onyx Esports, CW still most gold, Sans still most damage.
Sans, again, a lot more AoE, a lot more spammable when the fight actually breaks out. Yve has an advantage when it comes to pick and when it comes to poke, but in an all-out fight, Sans will have a lot more damage output. And considering that Albert, as that Paquito, having the most damage taken, he was building very aggressively with only 1 or 2 defensive items. So you start to wonder, right? He was fixated on being able to one-shot all the threats coming in from Onyx Esports. Unfortunately, with how mobile they are, it really wasn't a possibility for Albert. So maybe a bit more defensive options would make more sense. But the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is gonna be Boots on the Esmeralda, man. The macro play, the wave management, the zoning to ensure that Skylar is a non-factor. What more can this player not do? Boots, back at it again.
Yeah, I said his name since the previous game. I think Boots has done so much for his team. He isn't as shiny, or he doesn't create those really TikTok highlight-worthy plays, but he's always just a constant nuisance to what RRQ Hoshi wanted to do in the game. And now we're going to take a look at the MVP highlight here by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Let's see. R7 in particular, he was doing so much damage, trying to make sure that he can burst down the Esmeralda, trying to replicate what the Dairoth can do, but it really wasn't enough. And look at every time the fight breaks out. It's so chaotic. You can see there is no front line for RRQ. They're just sporadically around everyone, and that is where the Blazing Duet, the damage coming in from the Esmeralda and even the Matilda, everyone just has more effectiveness when there is no front line for RRQ. And they're unable to find that kind of fight because if they use the engage tool to engage, then they don't have the engage tool to stop the dive in. Here's the same exact situation. If you pause it right here, you can see that every time Kyrie comes to the back line, Boots comes in, everyone just dives at them. And how RRQ, they're just unable to stand their ground. They're pushed back completely, and even if they try and strike back, Onyx has the option of just backing away and then resetting to the same exact situation. It's just constant back and forth. And again, look at that. 2 members here, 3 members over here. Where is the front line? There is no order in any of these fights, and that is absolutely by design of Onyx Esports. Once they have that control, even Albert, maybe he can make a few more fancy plays, but look at that. Boost just a lot more sustainable. And slowly but surely, every single member from RRQ gets chased away. It doesn't even matter when the gold advantage has faded away. Onyx was just too clean with the planning, and the execution was also very perfect. RRQ tried so many things. They tried to surprise Onyx Esports. They tried to flank. They tried to manage distance themselves, but Onyx were just always one step ahead. It all began in the drafting phase, and now we're back to it again for what is possibly the final match, the final game for this match.
Man, it's a roller coaster of emotions here once again. But for Onyx Esports, they need to stay calm, right? Again, they are on match point. If they get too hype, they have to sit and they have to stay comfortable. On the Secret Lab, they can definitely do that. And you guys can as well at home. at your work, everywhere, all right? You can use Secret Lab even as a mattress, as a bed, because I use it.
I sleep on it a lot, to be honest.
It's so
I nap a lot, literally.
Same. And go ahead. You guys, Warashi, go get your Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 because it's fully adjustable, right? Back problems, say goodbye to that because it is just so functional as well. It looks so good. It's magnetic.
Wow.
Magnetic. There you go. And where can you find it, Eterna?
Super easy.
Where?
Everywhere.
Everywhere?
It's everywhere.
Man.
But you can particularly check it out at secretlab.com/.
Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. You can also find it in a lot of e-commerce websites.
You're right.
Now that you've invested in comfort, you should invest in something that goes up in value. Gold does that, ladies and gentlemen. We have a few right here because MPL Indonesia X UB S Gold. There are a few limited edition ones right here. You can see it. This is the 100,000 IDR version.
How much is mine?
Same. We're 100,000 IDR. Arashi, as the analyst, he needs the best value. He's a smart man as the analyst, right? So, Rashi, how you feel? You went for 300,000 IDR, so that's going to be more value in the future.
I mean, I feel good. Investment is just a smart way. Work smarter, not harder. That's the name of the game. So invest in the future, guys. The future is priceless, okay? We're working towards the future right now.
We're going to see you guys after this break. Stay tuned for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita kan
ready for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the English Caster Desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi for a best of 7. Currently, RRQ Hoshi are down 1-3. Match point for Onyx Esports as they're looking to take revenge here in Season 10.
One more game for Onyx Esports. The pressure is definitely for RRQ Hoshi. And will they be able to come back from being so far behind?
Arashi, maybe, right? That's the answer. Maybe they can come back, but maybe you guys can also visit Bali for the ISF World Championship right here. For all you Indonesians, you guys can go and support Indonesia. But obviously for everyone else, go support your country in this event. You can scan the QR code down below over to Arashi's side right there in Bali for the 14th ISF World Championships. It's gonna be insane. Right here, we're gonna see though, if Onyx Esports can take the dub and go as well as the first seed over to the M4 World Championships.
I mean, I personally would like to see the series go all best of 7, right? Because both of these teams, they worked so hard for the past 3 months to get to this point. They've trained, they've discussed, they've worked hard, they've built their synergy from 0 to up until this point. And if it goes just like this, it feels a little sad, but I guess that also represents how strong Onyx Esports are as a team right now, especially with Kyrie stepping into that jungle position as well as Coach Yeb in that coaching position as well.
This is the Onyx Esports we expected in the playoffs after their performance in the regular season. They didn't show up in the upper bracket finals, but right now, they're certainly showing up, man.
You show them something, they adopt it, they deal with it, and now they come back with the unique picks of their own. Some people might even say it's their plan because Onyx Esports, they are notorious for taking the lower bracket route. And here, they seem to be looking to replicate the same success. RRQ though, this is their final chance and it's a switch in the pick order.
Okay.
Yeah, they swapped sides here.
So RRQ, I guess you could say they learned from their mistake, right? Against RSG Philippines back in MSC. They stayed in the first pick all the way. Now that they're in match point where they're up against Onyx, who are at match point, RRQ are gonna move over to the second pick, and you can already see the shift in the bans. But for RRQ, it's still been the same. Now Faramis added into the list, but something is open here. Paquito, obviously. Lilia, Grok is also up for grabs here for Onyx Esports.
Yeah, they opted for the ban on the Ling, and so the Grok is going to be available for Onyx Esports to pick up right now. I think that's a wiser choice than the Fanny first pick, to be honest.
I agree. The Fanny is a bit too gimmicky, and I don't think Onyx Esports right now want to go for that, right? Fanny has just been not effective. It hasn't been effective in the playoffs right now. Lilia gets first pick. There you go.
Highest damage in the previous game. No surprise there. RRQ though, we have to see. Eterna has mentioned it and it was very, very accurate. It is about that Matilda, how sustainable, how safe Onyx can be. Will RRQ find a way to circumvent that, or will they try and find a solution with their own execution?
Whoa! While we're in the drafts looking at the heroes, you guys can look at the heroes as well. Walking up to the stage just now. We got some cosplayers here in the building. But RRQ, they go for the Matilda. That was such a nuisance to them. And I think, no, they don't go for the Paquito. They instead go for the Claude. Onyx Esports have the chance, the opportunity now to secure both Pack and Grok.
The Pack and Grok.
Pack-Grok combo. Or
the Boxer and the Rock. Rocky, hey!
Oh, you're right, man. Onyx though, I don't know about this, right? Do they want to secure the Paquito? Do they want to secure the Grok right now? They can actually just go for something... I don't know. Thinking about it now. They already have the Lilia. They can't go for the Matilda. They're up against a Claude. They don't go for the Paquito. They go for the Esmeralda instead, and they go for a Grok. So the Grok was right. RRQ can go for that Dyroth right now to try to stop the Esmeralda in lane.
That does make sense. It definitely will be banned out for the second phase for Onyx Esports because they want to allow Boots to win in those lanes. We've seen the prowess that Boots can have, especially in the game with the wave clear if he's leading, but if he's not, it might be a different story for Onyx Esports here in game number 5. RRQ Hoshi, are they going to go for it?
It makes sense, and right now they're really lost on the value of the Esmeralda because that is a prio pick almost for Onyx when they go for the Matilda, but they go for the Uranus that can match that tankiness, that lane pressure. So R7 won't be struggling against the pressure that Boots is able to bring, especially when it comes to that macro gameplay. So already a lot of problems being alleviated in the drafting phase, but RRQ, they're going to default back to the jungles, the assassins for Kyrie.
I think this time around, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Boots to have a say, especially going against the Uranus, who is going to be able to sustain very well in that lane and start cutting those lanes and alleviate this pressure. And because of the Matilda pick, RRQ Hoshi, they might have a better chance in terms of that scaling. But Onyx Esports now have the chance to ban this out here in the second phase. Are they going to be taking away and start limiting that gold lane? Or is it going to be a different choice here for, okay, a Lancelot ban here?
Wow. Lancelot ban from Onyx, and it's actually RRQ who bans the Fanny here up against Onyx Esports once again. So the threat is still there. Onyx Esports, for Onyx Esports. Here we see a list of achievements from the future from the Philippines. Kyrie, the runner-up of the M3 World Championships, MVP for the regular season in MPL Indonesia Season 10, and also the first team jungler for MPL Indonesia Season 10. My vote, personally, on both of those categories.
If I'm not mistaken, same for me as well. But right now, Onyx, the fact that they banned that Lancelot means they are worried and concerned about that dive potential. No longer is there a Matilda to try and get people to get security for their backline members. And with Sans being so important, and later on CW as well, we'll just have to see. RRQ ban away that Beatrix, narrowing down the options for CW in that gold lane. But of course, CW has a very deep hero pool, so you can't expect to win only with that.
Here, RRQ banned out the Beatrix as well. They're trying to limit that gold lane. Onyx Esports banned the Eve, respecting Clay. They want to go up against that Farsa. RRQ, will they give it to him though? Up against Onyx Esports now. I think that Onyx at this point are baiting RRQ to go for that Farsa, right? With the Lilia pick as well, it forces Clay on a hero that he's not really comfortable with. No Valentina, no Yve, no Lilia, no Veramis.
The only thing
Runox can be a good option
is
actually.
the Sicilian.
Sicilian as well. If they want to, exactly. If they want to play with a range, right? If they want to maintain range, no hero requires that kind of range management more than the Sicilian. So it does make sense. And if you talk about high damage from far away and security, Sicilian does fit into that description. But Farsa will be the option that RRQ goes for. And now they're in the same situation, right? Onyx Esports, they can have an advantage in spammable spells and in poke. And RRQ will have to have a solution for that if they want to succeed to catch up to Onyx in this match. But with 2 more picks here, Onyx, we can't even really predict what's going to happen.
You know what? I'm thinking an assassin for Kyrie once again. The Gusion is up for grabs. They want to dive up against RRQ here. It's possible, right? They can't actually... Oh my god, there's a signature pick from Kyrie that we haven't seen. It's a bit risky here, but the Hayabusa as well could work out. They might just go for a Balman here, honestly, for Onyx Esports, right? Honestly, they can just go for that here. Oh my god!
There we go!
I predicted the Balman, not the Leslie, though. They pick up the Mia and the Leslie. Onyx Esports, full confidence. And this is what we mentioned before. CW, he's so dynamic in that gold lane. He picks up a Leslie that is actually, she kind of counters Claude in lane, just in lane, all right? She can get out of the Blazing Duet just with her first ability because she gets the invisibility. And with her second ability, if Claude gets too close, the Leslie can actually cancel that Blazing Duet. We'll see how this works out though, because Leslie, very similarly to Mia, will have to wait for the power spike, and RRQ, they go for that Dyroth in the jungle here to go up against that Balman. You've seen this before. It was Evos who played that Dyroth. Tsutsujin. Let's see if it will work out for RRQ Hoshi. But here, I have to root for Onyx, man. Again, been rooting for the teams with the unique picks. Leslie, I've been waiting for this pick, and here it is.
It's basically a free Wind of Nature, right, for Leslie in terms of that ultimate going against the Blazing Duet from Claude. But RRQ, they picked up the Dairoth, who is going to be able to counter the Esme, the Grok, and the Balman. So pick your poison here. Both have come up with amazing drafts, and it's going to come back down to the execution here in game number 5.
The confidence, Arashi, of picking Leslie at match point.
I mean, it might be something they're even keeping as a hidden ace up their sleeve. Now we're going to see it. We have to see if RRQ are taken aback, or will they crush Onyx and equalize?
Possibly the last game in the series. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Esports versus RRQ Hoshi. Into the land of dawn we go. Kyrie on the Balman this time once again. Last time he played the Balman was in game 2. And on Esports, that was the game that they lost. RRQ trying to replicate that success.
Right now, RRQ, they have more advantage in the early game, I feel, with the burst damage, with the pickup potential, but they are lacking a bit in terms of crowd control. The only real one being the Circling Eagle. So if Albert wants to do a lot of damage, first he needs to get close, and we already seen in the past 2 games how Onyx is able to manage distance. So that is a difficult task for RRQ to try and achieve.
It's kind of tough, right? Because now CW is gonna have... He seems like he's not being able to clear. He seems like he's being zoned away by Claude, by Skylar here. Miracle.
Yeah, early on, CW is just going to have to farm, right? Again, for Claude, it's basically the same thing. Both of them can poke each other with their first ability. And it's going to be a stalemate up top. They're just both looking for a power spike. But down below, this is where the Esmeralda really shines. Up against Uranus, not really a good matchup for that Uranus. R7 has the passive, though. Can just regen back up. But he'll choose to back off. It's a bit too much kill pressure over towards that bottom side.
He also doesn't see any of the members of Onyx Esports, so very wisely, he is aware of the possibility of a trap, of a dive. He backs away, and he'll be back in time for this turtle fight. We'll have to see if RRQ go for it, and if Onyx will engage them for the battle of early game supremacy.
Onyx Esports now with a 500 gold lead. It's not too strong at the moment, as now both teams are going to be centering around the objective take on this first turtle. Balman is going to have a better chance with the double retry because of the ultimate that the lethal counter can have, but let's see what Albert can do with this.
Albert has the Abyssal Strike as well. He goes in, steals the turtle away, but will fall to the hands of Kyrie for the airstrike popped in boots, dealing the damage onto Clay. First blood for the turtle. Onyx Esports traded, and honestly, I think it might be worth for Onyx Esports.
It might just be. They are the ones who are playing...
Whoa!
Hey, hang on.
Arashi Hoshi, you're alone!
Hang on!
The only RRQ fan in the English desk. Time prediction by Axe. Why? How?
I have given predictions for Onyx Esports as well, but I do think in the early game, they have more chances to make plays happen, and now without the Mathilda, as Eterna mentioned, one of the main problems for them, I feel like they do have a chance, and the composition has possibilities to make it work, so it's not a completely biased prediction. Full disclaimer here, okay?
Absolutely, obviously, right? And for me, Onyx Esports, I think... Oh, wait a minute, they're gonna go for this. Keyboy has a part of nature. That's gonna be the Feather Airstrike as well. Keyboy sniped down by that Feather Airstrike. Good engage, but Vin's gonna be taken low. Oh my god, one hit away.
Oh my god!
He gets out, Sans wasn't able to finish him off there. He had the sprint, but he did not use it. Onyx Esports have built a 1,000 gold lead, but again, it's still anyone's game right now. I do feel, though, that the Farce is gonna have a tough time with the Feather Airstrike. Clay's gonna have to pull off a miracle here.
Not to mention, Albert has the Dairoth, but who is going to combo with the physical damage? Because he is one of the only sources of physical damage, along with Skylar. That is a big question as well. But so far, their plan of being aggressive, of having a lot of burst damage and pick-off potential with the Farsa is finally coming online. If you take a look at the emblems here, 2 Avarice emblems for the side of RRQ. They want to scale in the side lanes, and in the mid side, Dairoth, Farsa, and Mathilda. That is a deadly early game combo. So it's the same game plan with better tools for the job.
15 seconds left on the clock for the next turtle to spawn. 5 seconds now, rather, and it's unfortunate right now because RRQ Hoshi, Albert, he is going to have a better time in terms of that guiding wind, right? The guiding wind is going to be able to allow him to disengage if he goes in too aggressively. But in the top side here, CW is going to get so bullied. as now both teams are going to set up for this next turtle.
Okay, Kyrie gonna be the target for RRQ. Albert jumping in as well. Kyrie still able to maneuver out of there. That's gonna be the wild charge connecting onto the side of Finn. Albert finds the turtle. Onyx now forced to disengage. R7 chasing Kyrie down. Very low, taken out by Finn. It's a 2 for 0 for RRQ currently as they are looking to invade as well. RRQ coming back in this game. Like we said, it's still anyone's game in the early phase.
They're going to get the gold lead back as well. Onyx Esports initially was leading, but now it's starting to look and turn to RRQ Hoshi here, as now we're going to take a look at the items in the 5th minute.
You know how the short completed for Claude, for Skylar in that lane. He will have a lot more damage, but so far, I think Lilia does so much more, so they have to be careful of Sans here. CW takes a bit of damage here. If you take a look at his items, for the most part, no defensive options just yet.
Oh, Vin has the guy win, gets out there. Albert jumps in onto Sans, looking for that business try onto CW! But it's gonna be Albert who falls. It's a 1-for-1. Gold laner for jungler. I think it still might be worth to RRQ. They want to shut this Leslie down early on, and with that kill, that definitely gives Claude a little bit more room to play with, to scale into that late stage.
Very aggressive plays coming in, and that's what they can do, right? Go aggressively and then back out with the guiding win. The shoe's on the other foot now. Onyx Esports need to find a way to catch RRQ Hoshi, as Keyboy is just an absolute nuisance. Yo, leave the man alone.
He's so annoying, and I'm really just sweating, waiting for the moment where Keyboy finds an opportunity to get that ultimate through on the important members. We saw him do it yesterday. He might be able to find that opportunity today, as once again, very huge pressure from Keyboy opening up the map, giving information as well. 18 seconds left on the next turtle to spawn. And right now, Keyboy actually might get punished here.
Oh, one more hit! Vin takes it. Wow, the calculation on that fadeaway. That's perfect timing as well. CW 1v1 against Skylar. Goes in for the side, down. Skylar! For the gold lane. Flies up to the top side to pick up that kill. Wow, that 1v1 was intense, but you know, it's never a 1v1. Boots, though, gonna be bursted down. Albert misplaced it, but some strike. Boots was able to get out of that one. Now, Kyrie looking for steal, but it's giving the turtle. Reset it here by RRQ. They're looking for Onyx right now. Wow! All the way for the Philippines, picks up a double kill. My goodness. Onyx Esports finding 2 for 1 there.
Clump up and you'll pay the price. RRQ Hoshi needs to pay attention to their spacing, man. Onyx Esports is the whole different situation. They are the ones who require a combo engage, and RRQ Hoshi gave them a very easy possibility right there. They have to spread around so that they can make full use of the Matilda, of the mobility, and avoid any kind of combo. Onyx Esports has been able to do it once right now. RRQ Hoshi, they have to make sure it does not happen again.
Oh man, CW just got the Berserker Fury, so that crit is going to start to hurt. And now RRQ Hoshi, they need to be careful. They need to be able to find CW in that backline, even though he has been taken down twice. But once again, both teams are going to re-engage onto this turtle.
Circle Eagle onto Kyrie, zoning him out. It's going to be the wild charge coming in. Kyrie gets the lethal counter. Albert going to be taken down as well. R7 looking for the play, zoning the other members away. That's Keyboy taken down. Boost with the falling time win onto Skylar as he's going to get dished down. R7 picks up a double, looking for another. RRQ wins the fight. Onyx Esports takes the objective.
So basically a 2-for-2 trade here. But RRQ Hoshi, they're going to hold the gold lead a little bit longer, as Clay has already taken and obtained that lightning truncheon, so that damage is going to start to hurt. The scaling potential already starting to get felt here in the 8th minute, as once again Kyrie trying to look for a play in this top side, helping CW to farm back up to the gold that he needs.
Keyboy here is gaining some information, hovering around for a possible play to happen. RRQ Hoshi now, R7 alone, but it seems that Onyx will back away and take this turret for free. They require some map control. They lost one tower in the bottom and they get compensation in the top side. But the bottom side jungle though, RRQ Hoshi making a play of their own.
With a counter by Kyrie, but it's going to be melted down by Skylar. Albert comes in as well. Kyrie, 1 HP going to be taken down. Boots running away. Blazing Duet baited out. Boots coming back in for the re-engage. Onyx not choosing to commit onto this one. R7 still just being such a nuisance, is able to distract the other members here.
It's really difficult for the tanky members of Onyx Esports to have an effect here in the game, because wherever they go, if Albert is in the vicinity, whatever HP that they were relying on for the confidence to be able to do these aggressive plays gets immediately hindered. So it's very hard for Onyx Esports to grab anything on the map.
Speaking of grabbing, you can grab your own food with the promo code grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code, because this game might go in the favor of RRQ Hoshi, and that would mean that it's still a long way from finding the victory of MPL Season 10 Grand Finals. Right now, RRQ pressuring, and look at R7 on the Uranus, man. A lot more pressure compared to earlier on that Khalid.
Like, who's gonna have enough damage to burn this Uranus down?
Sans, but again, yeah, you're right. It's not consistent damage because it's mostly skill shots. And R7 is very sustainable now. RRQ using this actually to go for that Lord. 975 gold lead building to 1K now. Onyx Esports looking for that opening. Kyrie can definitely go for that steal. R7 now zoning the other members away once again. Pops the consecration. He's just doing so much for RRQ right now. The captain of RRQ. Real-time win probability as well here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series, Arashi.
NOD for Sans right here, respecting the possibility for R7 to just be an unkillable pillar in the front line. Lord is getting very low, but Sans makes the aggressive play happen. Watch for Albert.
Albert looking for the secure. Kyrie gonna be taken down before Albert even picks it off. That's the kill over. Skylar attacking out, 1 HP boost. Now, looking for the chase, jumps in. Skylar with the BMI, still getting out 2 for 1 over to RRQ. Making a 3 for 1 with the Lord. Onyx Esports in disarray.
Falling far, far behind now as RRQ Hoshi have picked up a 2,000 gold lead. They are going to try to look for something in the mid side. They do get a turret, but at the end, what is it going to cost them? They're so far behind at this point.
They have been getting kills, but it's always been Albert. And for the most part, I think Albert is very content giving his life over if it means everyone else has space to farm, has pressure, has gold leads. Right now, if you take a look at Skylar, he has the Malefic Roar on top of the core combo of Claude, so it's a lot of damage. And even Clay already with the Lightning Truncheon at 11 minutes. That's a lot of burst damage. And RRQ Hoshi are going to take full advantage of that. They are pressuring all over the map.
Bottom side, look at RRQ, right? Again, R7 is just such a nuisance that Onyx Esports needs to funnel in a few members towards R7 to actually threaten him out. And with that, RRQ are able to take the tier 2 down below for free. They're looking for the mid lane now. Keyboy is going to be melted down to half HP. Lord as well in the top side. Going to be managed by RRQ. It's taken low though. Onyx Esports have done a good job clearing it out. CW actually walks out of the Feather Airstrike. Keyboy cancels it out. This might be a play for Onyx Esports to actually look for a comeback, but I don't think RRQ are gonna fall for that bait. They took every single tier 2. They don't need to look for anything else here. They can definitely go for some poke, but that's about it. I don't think RRQ are gonna commit.
Yeah, Keyboy doesn't have Flicker yet. Oh, but he does have it now, so they might be looking for a play here. Doesn't find it just yet. Look at the way that RRQ Hoshi are actually rotating, right? They're not allowing Clay, nor Albert, nor the gold laners to go anywhere. And they're using their ability to have that high ground to just really burst down the members of Onyx Esports and zone them away and prevent them from looking for a play on the board.
Keyboy has built the Athena shield, so now if RRQ wants to go for a combined damage burst play with Albert and Clay, he will be a lot more survivable. But RRQ Hoshi with the map pressure, with the control in the game right now, it's going to be very difficult for Onyx Esports, but if you look at CW, he is able to do a lot of damage onto R7. In fact, he is the second highest damage dealt in the game right now, so they have to be a bit careful because eventually he'll be able to actually melt through the HP bar of R7 on that Uranus.
We'll see. Right now, they are going to contest this blue buff away from Onyx Esports. Keyboy already looking for an engage here or even a flank, and they do have the tools to get this, but Kyrie still manages to get that buff away. RRQ Hoshi fails to steal it away.
Late game. How is this looking, Arashi? If we get to that late stage of the game, or just, no, we don't need to talk about that. Let's talk about the next few seconds here. Does RRQ still win in these team fights? How does Onyx win?
Onyx wins by initially surviving the pickoff and then out-sustaining the damage from RRQ Hoshi. Yes, it's easier said than done, but unlike RRQ Hoshi, they don't require combos to win the fights. Blazing Duets and the like are not available for Onyx Esports, so pure damage, pure basic attack damage from CW and spammable spells from Sans will mean that the longer the fight goes, the more damage is coming in, but Vin goes in.
Oh, Vin's trying to zone them away right now. The Lord's taken low, but that's going to be Vin losing immortality. Blazing him into the back line right now. Skylar is going to be dealing so much damage. Sans picks up the kill onto Vin. R7's immortality falls. R7 able to back off. Still having that passive healing up. CW Goes in, one more shot over to Skylar. Clay blocks it out, one more. Oh my goodness! Skylar gets that 1 HP. Albert jumps in with the damage now onto Boots. R7 also still regenning. Onyx, Sans popping that black shoes, getting the sustainability back up to almost full HP. But the Feather Airstrike comes in, cancelled out by the barrier. Boots jumps to the falling star move, is getting taken down by RRQ. It's a 4v3, oh my god! CW falls! Albert looking for the damage once again! Kyrie finds the turtle, finds the Lord, my bad! Albert still gonna be able to find the kill though. It's a 3-4-1 in the end. Kyrie saves the game with the Lord, but is it enough?
At what cost, right? This was the same thing that we saw from RRQ Hoshi yesterday, and it ended up in their demise. So now they're going for that straight push. But the airstrike already opened up here. Sans, T-Boy, the only ones left to defend.
Sans still able to clear the wave. Skylar on the base still. R7 tanking it up. Mini wave spawning for Onyx Esports. RRQ looking for that top side. Takes it down. Lord spawning in will mean that RRQ cannot end. Kyrie has literally saved on Esports, and they're looking for the re-engage here. Conceal pop in. Falling Star Moon charged by Boots. Looking for R7 here, but the Feather Airstrike will zone them away. Keyboy needs to be careful. Pops in a wild charge. Will get melted down. R7 jumps in. Skylar with the Blazing Duet. Will not be able to find anyone. R7 and Vin in the midst of it all. Sans dealing damage once again. Vin gonna be taken out by Kyrie. 1-0 on Esports. Still on the board. Holy moly.
Man, Kyrie doing so much for his team right now, and that engage was super worth it for Onyx as they were able to get one member off the board. Remember, the bottom lane was pushing as well in favor for Onyx Esports, and they were able to get a tower out of it. So RRQ Hoshi, because of the lack in wave discipline, they're gonna lose more than they bargained for.
They're both scaled up in the late game right now. 3k advantage for RRQ. Look at that, those CW, you can chunk half HP, but without any follow-up. Skylar comes in to do it, he's so low though.
The 2 damage, the 2 damage, the snipe from CW, the last thing's massive, and now the damage comes through once again. It's another kill over, R7 gets taken out. Onyx Esports with a 2-0.
This isn't good. This isn't good. 2 members, 30 seconds left on the board. Onyx Esports trying to push all of these lanes. You can see the Leslie going to the top side, looking for some compensation in that tower. But right now, RRQ Hoshi, whatever lead that they have, it's been completely taken back by Onyx Esports, just on the back of Kyrie and CW.
That's the guiding win, bringing Clay to safety. Albert in the midst of it all, taking a whole lot of damage. Immortality bot now, gonna be able, no, he doesn't have the winner truncheon. Clay gonna be dove in, surviving with a 2 damage there. Keyboy falls. 2 seconds on Skylar, CW taking a turret forward, the rest of the members to back off. They cannot end. Welcome to MPL ID Grand Finals, holy.
What an insane turn of events right here. And looking at the items, almost everyone's at 5 items, but mainly look at the damage dealers. Lilia with the Divine Glaive as well. R7 needs to be very, very careful. He has 2 magic resistance items, but now he's falling to the damage coming in from CW. CW, on the other hand, with the Blade of Despair. Skylar cannot walk up carelessly because that true damage, as we saw, that is one-shot potential coming in from the marksman, and in a way, that is how Onyx Esports can counter that Blazing Duet. RRQ Hoshi needs to pay attention to the execution, man. They have the tools necessary, but do they have the patience, the macro, the strategy to deal with Onyx Esports right now as the Lord spawns in minute number 18?
Man, honestly, I think Skylar would benefit from the WON at this point. He goes in for the Blazing Duet, but he receives so much damage from CW that he can't have any pressure on the board. He can't put that much damage because when he goes in, basically we assume that he gets taken out.
It's a difficult situation, but RRQ has the control. But already look at Boots trying to make sure that the wave control supports Onyx Esports goals. And Kyrie with the Athena shield now, he will be a lot more durable in the front as CW scouts for information. That ultimate, in a way, is quite useful in this situation. But RRQ Hoshi, they're waiting for the opportunity, but Onyx Esports, after catching up right now, RRQ needs to be very careful to ensure that they don't get picked off instead.
The goal lead's gone for RRQ. It's now Onyx Esports who holds it, but like we mentioned before, in the late stage, the goal lead won't matter. Vin opened up the map already. RRQ have information on how low the Lord is, but I don't think they're gonna be there in time. Albert though still coming in. Kyrie gets it. Albert knocked up. Albert with a winner truncheon, still able to buy some time. Skylar backs up with the BMI. CW with the true damage takes Albert down. Clay with the guiding wind, trying to run away. Wings by wings, out of safety. Boots chasing him down, but he will be melted by Skylar once again in the mid lane. Win will fall to CW. Calvin Winata on the Leslie.
Wow, 2,500 gold lead, 2 members taken down to the hands of Onyx Esports, and it looks like RRQ Hoshi, they might be They need to defend for the last time. They do have the benefit of still having Clay. They do have the high ground to defend. But with so much damage coming in from CW, they need to find a solution to go into the backline and take him out.
It's very difficult because Skylar is not pressured by CW on that Leslie. Look at that damage! 1,700 true damage on that Leslie. And now RRQ Hoshi, they are forced to back away from their turret. Onyx Esports make the final play.
CW with a shutdown there. They're going for the base. Base turret number 1 taken down in the mid lane. Top side as well. Bottom side as well. 3-minute waves pushed in. RRQ will have to pull off a miracle. But their airstrike coming in again as that's be boost jumping into the back lines. A missile strike connecting again. It's the blazing to win. Comes in his own other members away. The Lord's coming in. Unstoppable. Big time with CW. Massive once again. Vin goes in. But it's a double kill. Onyx Esports for the Maniac. As they take their rightful place in the throne. They take down the defending Season 9 champions. Kyrie has done it with Onyx Esports, with CW, Keyboy, Boots, Samo HT, Dreon. Every single member played a part in this victory. Sans, Onyx have done it. It is all over for RRQ.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion for our MPL ID Season 10, and that is going to be Onyx Esports. What are the past King of the Galaxies to the King of the Skies as they take to dethrone the Kings of Kings, the domination of the dynasty, the era of Onyx Esports. Congratulations to Onyx Esports.
The new Kages. Onyx Esports have done it. 4-2-1.
That is crazy, man. What a performance against RRQ Hoshi. They fought against so much. RRQ, no pushover at all. They have adjustments. They had moments of their own, but overall, eventually, Onyx Esports is inevitable. They are the new kings of the galaxy. And look at the audience right now. This is insane.
Their third MPL championship title, as they are going to be the ones to lead and represent Indonesia for M4. And this is just a beautiful turn of events. Very poetic, as last season they were taken down by RRQ 4-1. And this season, MPL ID Season 10, they are the ones to dominate RRQ Hoshi 4-1 as well. 2 months, nearly 3 months of all that blood, sweat, and tears. We are going to see and thank RRQ Hoshi though for what they've been able to show us this season.
They've made it to M4.
Good game,
well played. Here we're going to throw it over to our host, ladies and gentlemen.
Perjuangan mereka pada akhirnya sudah selesai di season 10 ini. Tapi tentunya RRQ Hoshi, mereka akan berjuang lagi di babak M4. Good game, well played. Kita bisa berikan tepuk tangan kepada kedua tim Onyx Esports dan juga RRQ Hoshi semuanya. Wow. Dan melihat begitu gemuruhnya dari MPL, inilah dia sang juara kita Onyx Esports yang sudah berjuang dari regular season. Mereka memuncaki babak regular season di posisi yang pertama. Begitu pula kali ini di babak grand final. Yes, Bude Clara, dan tentunya Onyx Esports telah memenangkan Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 10 dan nantinya akan bertarung juga mewakili Indonesia, Bude Clara. Tapi kita tahan dulu ya untuk selebrasi bersama para Sonic cewek. Bertemu dengan Mamah terlebih dahulu, Ibunda dan keluarga yang hadir jauh-jauh, begitu pula dengan Boots. Berpelukan dulu bersama dengan sang Ibunda yang juga hadir, keluarga Onyx Esports. Yes, ada Sonic, ada Majel, semuanya sudah hadir di sini. Boleh langsung gabung ke tengah karena kita sesaat lagi akan bersama memberikan angkat piala, memberikan hadiah, dan Onyx Esports seluruh kerja kerasnya, tidak ada yang sia-sia. Dan tentunya support dari semua Sonic dan juga keluarga-keluarga dari tim ini ya.
Betul,
Bude Clara.
dari yang di Tribun Epic, Legend dan bahkan Mythic, mereka bersama-sama dan yang ada yang di luar sana. Wow, semuanya bersorak-sorai, tapi para player dan juga tim keluarga Onyx Esports boleh ke tengah-tengah. Boleh ke tengah karena kita akan mengundang juga dari perwakilan para sponsor, keluarga dari MPL.
Yes, Bude Clara, memang kesenangan ini tidak terbendung lagi ya, semua player merasa sangat senang, begitu bahagia semua Sonic juga. Dan kali ini kami akan mengundang yang terhormat Bapak Taufikul Furkon selaku Product Marketing Manager Samsung Electronics Indonesia yang akan membagikan handphone Samsung Galaxy A-Series 5G untuk seluruh tim dari Onyx Esports.
Wow, dan inilah dia, Onyx Esports akan mendapatkan handphone langsung.
Yes, Bude Clara, handphone Samsung Galaxy A-Series 5G.
Yes, dan langsung saja para pemain ini sudah berjuang sekuat tenaga, menghabiskan berjam-jam. Dan bahkan kita melihat bahwa mereka berlatih tanpa henti begitu fokus, tentunya dengan dukungan dari para coach, dari semua pendukung dari Onyx Esports.
Benar sekali Bude Clara, karena bukan hanya bertanding hari ini saja atau kemarin di babak playoff, tapi juga Onyx Esports sudah melewati regular season selama 8 minggu.
Yeay, baru menang langsung dapat handphone baru.
Keren banget gak sih? Wow, dan dapatnya HP handphone Samsung Galaxy A-Series juga.
Iya, dan langsung diberikan juga oleh Bapak Taufikul yang sudah hadir di MPL. Dan Bapak dipersilakan untuk menunggu di sini di sebelah kami. Karena kami akan langsung mengundang juga perwakilan dari UBS Gold, Bapak Michael Yahya selaku Creative Director UBS Gold untuk memberikan medali dan cincin.
Wow, Bude Clara bukan cuma dapat HP, tapi ternyata mereka juga akan menerima medali dan cincin dari UBS Gold.
Yes, dan ini juga merupakan kebanggaan tersendiri bagi para player dan juga keluarga. Dan inilah cincin emas dari UBS Gold.
Memenangkan MPL Indonesia Season 10 dan menerima beragam hadiah ya. Hadiah-hadiah tentunya support dukungan keluarga dan Sonic, dan juga hadiah-hadiah berupa tadi handphone, sekarang juga ada emas.
Betul. Dan cincinnya ini loh, banyak banget yang pengen, banyak banget yang melihat. Semuanya berbondong-bondong berusaha sebaik mungkin supaya kalau juara bisa dapat cincin dari UBS Gold.
Wow, bling-bling sekali ya Bude. Seperti kita nih, perhiasan kita ada anting dan kalung nih UBS Gold juga. Bling-bling sekali. Mungkin bisa lihat nih ya teman-teman player pemenang Onyx Esports yang udah pakai nih cincinnya, bisa dikasih lihat dong ke teman-teman di depan. Medalinya dan juga cincin emas dari UBS Gold. Bisa diperlihatkan ke teman-teman.
Iya, gayanya harusnya yang ini ya. Ini loh cincin pemenang.
Ini dia bukan cincin sembarang cincin, tapi adalah cincin pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10. Wow, bling-bling sekali, mendapatkan medali juga. Diperlihatkan ke penonton semua, diperlihatkan ke Sonic, semua pendukungnya. Wow,
where's the ring, Coach Yap?
Wow.
Semuanya tentu mendapatkan medali dan juga cincin keluarga Onyx Esports. Boy, mana boy cincinnya boy?
Oh, itu dia. Wow, dari sini kelihatan bling-blingnya nih. Wow. Langsung dipakein langsung cincinnya sama langsung dari Pak Michael Yahya ya selaku Creative Director dari UBS Gold. Langsung disematkan ke jari pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10. Dan selanjutnya Bude Clara, ini tentunya tidak lengkap kalau tidak diabadikan momen ini. Jadi ini diabadikan momen kali ini.
Tangannya diangkat dong yang pakai cincin. Kasih lihat cincinnya,
tunjukkan
bergaya.
Cincinnya.
Ayo semuanya dengan cincinnya dan oke.
Cincin pemenang, cincin bukan sembarang cincin. Cincin hasil kerja keras mereka ya Bude.
Betul, terima kasih untuk Pak Michael Yahya.
Dan disilakan untuk kembali.
Dan selanjutnya tentu kita akan langsung mengundang untuk memberikan giant check. Inilah dia. Perwakilan dari Munton, Bapak Martinus Haji Manurung selaku Head of Business Development Esports untuk memberikan giant check kepada Onyx Esports. Inilah dia yang dinantikan, sang Raja Galaksi mendapatkan giant check langsung dari Bapak Martinus Manurung.
Wow, dan dengan ini resmi sudah Onyx Esports kali ini menyambangi mendapatkan gelar Raja Galaksi. Wow, ini dia giant check-nya.
Raja Galaksi.
Kita bisa berikan tepuk tangan, ini dia Onyx Esports Raja Galaksi MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Yes, dan setelah kita melihat banyak sekali hadiah yang bertebaran kepada para pemenang, tentunya kerja keras mereka di babak playoff ini tidak lepas dari salah satu sosok ini nih, Moni.
Siapa sih Bude? Siapa?
Yes, kita punya yang namanya Final MVP.
Kira-kira Sonic, kira-kira siapa Final MVP-nya?
Siapa? Siapa?
Kurang kedengaran, siapa sih?
Suara berbeda semua nih kayaknya ya. Dari Mythic, Legend sampai Epic. Semuanya berbeda-beda. Coba sekali lagi satu suara, siapa yang bakal jadi MVP?
Kita tanya lagi deh, kayaknya belum jelas nih, belum pasti. Kira-kira siapa yang menjadi Final MVP? Kita tanyain dulu nih, kalau udah nanyain super fans, kita nanyain teman-teman Oni, kira-kira MVP-nya siapa?
Tunjuk siapa yang bakal jadi MVP?
Ditunjuk dong siapa MVP-nya.
Tunjuk diri sendiri aja.
Ditunjuk dong. Kira-kira siapa nih menurut kalian? Walaupun tidak lepas ya, walaupun ada MVP, tapi semua player sudah bekerja dengan keras, sudah memperlihatkan kinerja yang begitu baik ya,
Betul,
Bude.
karena namanya tim saling bergandengan satu sama lain untuk berjuang mendapatkan kemenangan.
Kira-kira siapa ya? Jadi penasaran final MVP-nya siapa? Kalau kemarin kita sudah tahu ya siapa yang menjadi MVP regular season, kali ini siapa ya? Apakah sama ataukah akan berbeda?
Yes, tentunya untuk para Sonic, untuk pencinta Mobile Legends, untuk semuanya. Kita akan hitung bersama-sama untuk memanggil, inilah dia MVP babak playoff final jatuh kepada,
kita hitung sama-sama, 3, 2, 1. Wow,
jatuh kepada
siapa?
Kairi.
Wow. Ini dia MVP final dari MPL Indonesia Season 10. Kairi.
Langsung digendong.
Yes.
Emang sesolid itu ya para Sonic. Dan inilah dia tentunya mereka akan mendapatkan hadiah juga dari Samsung.
Benar sekali, dan kami mengundang sekali lagi Bapak Taufikul Furkon selaku Product Marketing Manager Samsung Electronics Indonesia untuk memberikan hadiah kepada Final MVP Kairi.
Kairi akhirnya bermain di Indonesia. Ini adalah season pertamanya, tapi performa dari babak regular season, dari babak playoff dan juga final ini terlihat bahwa dia begitu memukau dan memberikan tentunya yang terbaik.
Benar sekali Bude, dan sebagai MVP dia juga mengambil salah satu peran penting dalam kemenangan dari Onyx Esports dalam MPL Season 10 kali ini. Wow.
Terima kasih
Bapak Taufikul.
Nah ini untuk Onyx Esports yang kayaknya dari tadi udah nempel-nempel ke piala. Udah pengen bawa pulang ya kayaknya. Ini juga para Sonic tentunya udah gak sabar untuk melihat sang Raja Landak, Raja Langit untuk mengangkat piala mereka.
Wow, akhirnya resmi bisa mengangkat piala MPL Indonesia Season 10 sebagai winner atau championnya Raja Galaksi.
Yes, 4-1 sudah mereka lalui, game yang sangat panjang. Datang dari lower bracket, mereka menantang kembali The Royal Basti dan pada akhirnya kemenangan mereka dapatkan.
Benar sekali, walaupun sebelumnya bertanding dengan RRQ Hoshi harus tunduk, tapi hari ini Onyx Esports membuktikan bahwa Onyx Esports menjadi Raja Galaksi dan membawa pulang Piala Champion.
Oke, boleh dari Onyx Esports untuk mendekat ke piala karena kita untuk ke trofi karena kita akan berhitung bersama-sama ya. Setuju ya?
Kita hitung sama-sama. Wow, udah siap berkerumun di tengah-tengah piala?
Dari 5 ya, dari 5 kita akan hitung bersama-sama ya. Bareng-bareng yuk, dari 5.
Oke, siap-siap. Teman-teman dari Onyx Esports sudah siap mengangkat piala. Oh, bukan cuma piala yang diangkat tapi juga giant check-nya nih.
Asik.
Wow, oke. Siap-siap. Semuanya di sini kita hitung sama-sama ya.
Let's go. Inilah dia. Juara MPL Indonesia Season 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Onyx Esports,
sang Raja Galaksi. Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Raja Galaksi Onyx Esports yang kembali lagi menyabet gelar dan memberikan yang terbaik. Tentunya perjuangan mereka belum selesai di sini, masih akan ada di M4.
Benar sekali Bude, ini dia pemenang kali ini dan akan mewakili Indonesia di ajang M4 nanti. Semoga tentunya bisa membawa pulang piala M4 juga ya Bude.
Amin, 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 amin. Tentunya yang terbaik untuk kedua perwakilan kita di Indonesia. Mereka sudah berjuang mati-matian, tapi kali ini lawan mereka adalah internasional. Mereka akan berjuang sekuat tenaga lagi untuk mendapatkan gelar juara dunia.
Yes, sekali lagi Sonic dan semua super fans, kita bisa berikan tepuk tangan apresiasi. Inilah Onyx Esports Raja Galaksi.
Dan tentunya dukungan dari para super fans begitu meriah dan begitu mengharukan. Para keluarga juga yang sudah datang, terima kasih karena Onyx Esports tentu dukungan terus bergulir dari pihak keluarga, dari pihak super fans, semuanya hadir berkumpul menjadi satu.
Benar sekali, walaupun yang bertarung adalah player-player Onyx Esports, tapi ini tidak lepas dari dukungan-dukungan semua Sonic super fans di sini yang dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia.
Untuk orang tua boleh ayo naik. Untuk
bukan
keluarga
cuma
besar,
Sonic, tapi ada keluarga di sini yang datang.
Selamat Tante. Macam selamat.
Silakan bisa bergabung. Mamanya Samo di sini juga, silakan. Aduh, inilah Bude, silakan.
Untuk orang tua, keluarga besar dan juga dari manajemen kalau mau naik ke atas panggung boleh banget. Ayang-ayangan mau naik, ayangnya juga boleh naik ke atas panggung untuk bersama-sama selebrasi di atas panggung.
Inilah orang-orang di balik layar atau di belakang kesuksesan para player ini, Bude Clara. Orang tua, keluarga yang sama-sama selalu support dan juga mendoakan anak-anaknya.
Betul, dan dukungan tentunya datang dari berbagai kota, dari berbagai provinsi, bahkan negara.
Yes Bude, dan bukan cuma di dalam hall ini, tapi di luar juga banyak sekali teman-teman super fans yang datang dan sama-sama nonton bareng memberikan dukungan-dukungan kepada seluruh tim ini.
Ya begitu mengharukan tentunya karena banyak sekali perjuangan yang sudah mereka berikan sampai jauh dari keluarga, berlatih hari demi hari, bulan demi bulan dan bahkan tahunan.
Dan semuanya tentunya tidak sia-sia karena memberikan hasil yang begitu baik.
Dan inilah dia puncak dari MPL Indonesia Season 10. Tapi perjuangan mereka akan berlanjut. Jadi terima kasih semuanya yang ada di rumah. Terima kasih para sponsor. Terima kasih semua super fans yang sudah mendukung acara ini. Karena kita akan bertemu lagi. Hari ini boleh selesai. Tapi kita akan bertemu di M4. Sampai bertemu di M4.
Ini dia Onyx Esports.
terisi dan makin berisi. Siapa punya prediksi mana yang akan tersisih? Ada yang keras cuma di atas kertas, tapi di arena dia langsung lemas status. OP hilang tak berbekas, kena mental kita beda kelas. Tempat terbatas, 6 teratas. Siapa yang pantas? Tangan ke atas.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We own this, we won't miss, we own this, we won't miss, we own this.
Satu langkah lagi ambisi makin berapi. Sang raja galaksi dunia kan ku hadapi.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We own this, we won't miss, we own this, we won't miss, we own this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We own this. We own this. We own this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We own this, we won't miss, we own this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan